Well, all right. Okay, are we on? One, two, one, two. Okay, audio. Here we go. All right, muchachos, welcome to the stream. So today, once again, we're doing another recap on one of the major builds. This is Omniprop. It's a property management platform. So just working on a couple of bugs right now. Once the bugs have been ironed out, so I'll just show you guys real quick what we're working with. And let's see, we got diagnostic codes, 3 more, now 2 more. 2 more bugs to address. Then I'll be able to launch the platform. So basically, there are 4 components. There's the back end, which is a server. There's the web portal, the admin, dashboard to manage the whole platform. And then there's a mobile, which is basically Android and iOS. So pretty extensive build. This one's pretty. No, I guess it was pretty easy to put together, but it wasn't without its problems. Right, so wait till you see this. So once again, guys, the Discord server's up. So just do drop in if you want to talk to me, if you have any questions, if you want to talk to your guy. Also, as you come into the stream, drop a like, subscribe to the channel. We're on the road to 500 subscribers. And right now, I believe we're at 260 something. So let's go. Yeah, so this particular build here, let me bring up the that's the conversion. Okay, I believe this I used. Oh yeah, super base. But I believe Docker was involved as well. I used Docker for this, for the local development. And I think I experimented a little bit with Superbase. Push some of the schema to Superbase just to test, and it was pretty good. It worked pretty well. It was pretty solid. So in the meantime, let's work these kinks right here. Let's eliminate these codes one by one. Okay. I guess. Okay, property routes. Let's see. Type number is not assignable to type string. Okay. How did that happen? Cannot find name auth middleware. Okay, parameter type string. This type is not assignable to type string. Okay, seems to be the same. Same thing over and over. Okay, let's see. All right, we shall continue. Right, so we're down to one error. Okay, argument type string. 5000 is not assignable to parameter of type string. Okay. Distance. Okay, that's super base. Right. Okay, updated the import statement. Now the code is throwing, cannot find auth middleware because it is replaced, but didn't update the usage. I need to replace the all instances of auth middleware with require auth. Yeah, there's always a big issue with auth. Authentication is one of the major bottlenecks when it comes to putting these things together. Okay. All right. Okay, let's clear the terminal. Clear npm run dev. All right, let's take a look at omniprop. There you go, ladies and gents. Omniprop. Right, meanwhile, we still having issues with the server. Okay. Right. So let's check out the admin dashboard. Right. That is definitely an issue with the dashboard. There we go. So there's definitely a problem with the. There's definitely a problem with the light theme, but that's an easy fix. So mobile. All right, server is still crashing. But I think we're getting closer. We're getting closer to resolving this pesky issue. Okay. So I need to update. Because right now this is Expo 52. So we'll need to update to Expo 53. The project is incompatible with version of the Expo Go. Right, the installed version of Expo Go is SDK 53. The project you open uses SDK 52. Not a biggie. So we're just going to spin. Let's go to mobile. Package.json. Mobile. Well, while this is running, let's see what's happening here. Okay, we're still having the same issues. Okay, Superbase and the routes. All right, let's switch. Because once the context window gets a little too large, and it just starts hallucinating. It's doing all sorts of things that it's not supposed to be doing. So we just switched to a right. So problem solved. So now let's address the routes problem. Task completed. What was the error? So yeah, number is not assignable to type string. So let's address that. And problem solved. Okay, server now. Let's see if the server is actually running. Still crashed. All right, let's do this. Stop the server. Clear terminal. Relaunch the server. npm run dev. And it still crashes. Okay, let's see what is the problem. Okay, source routes unit.routes.ts. Okay, line 92, row 12, error. Arguments get vacant units is not assignable to parameter type. Okay, so let's address this issue. So once again, guys, welcome to the stream. If you're new here, just don't forget to drop us a like, because the algorithm will push the stream to more people. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, do so. It'd be much appreciated. And here we go, on road to 500 subscribers. And we're fixing a few problems here pertaining to the server. Server keeps crashing with an error that's I believe what's the error. The argument of type get vacant units is not assignable to a parameter of type get establishment within radius get service underscore status calculate occupancy rate and get nearby properties and get vacancy units. Okay. Could you please verify that the get vacant units function is defined in your Superbase database, and that is accept parameters name, company ID parameters type string. Let's see. So let's go to routes, Superbase. Okay, what's the question? Could you please verify the get vacant unit function is defined in your Superbase database? Okay. Get conversion, get establishment. Okay. Seed. Initial schema. User starts verification or operation. Yeah, this is where it gets really complicated, guys. Add property, you know. Company ID param of type string. Just the call on server source routes unit routes is attempt to call the get vacant unit function. The most likely cause of the error is that the function is not defined in Superbase database. To fix this, I need to ensure that the get vacant units function is defined in the Superbase database with the correct signature. Since I don't have direct access to the Superbase database, I'll need to ask the user to verify the function, that the function exists and the correct parameter. Okay, all right, so the function create conversion, get conversion. Right. Get vacant unit. get underscore vacant. So I need to find this function. This function is what's causing the server. The server. Oh, wait a minute. I think I just found it. Omniprop schema. So we found the right schema, and cd server client wants to execute this command. So of course the error persists, but I believe it's that's probably a mismatch in the way this schema is referenced. So first install JSON token package. Cool, so we're installing the package. And let's see. Unit routes, okay, middleware. Okay, good. So we do have a little bit of movement there. Things are okay. Since I referenced the super base schema, there was a missing dependency. So now that's being installed. So we can actually get the server to run without spitting out this error. Actually, now it's giving us a different error. Middleware auth dot middleware. Guess the import. Guess the middleware. Payment history. Okay, installed. I believe we have our servers running. Okay, starting TS load. All right, source index. Okay. Yeah, require auth. Require auth. Okay, and now it's spitting a bunch of errors. And the server crashed again. In fact, the server's working just fine. Right. Right. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. My, this is bugging here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check. All right, so server crashed again. Server crashed. Okay. So we still have a little bit of an issue with the server. But once we get it up and running, I'll show you guys the dashboard and the landing page. So in the meantime, if you want to have a convo, the Discord server, the voice channel is open, so come on in. And as you come in, just drop a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. On the road to 500 subscribers. So do us a favor. Subscribe to the channel, drop a like, so YouTube can push the stream to more people. Much appreciated. There we go. So right now, the main issue is with the server. Server's spitting an error pertaining to the middleware, the auth middleware, because auth is always the main culprit. It's one of these things that I don't like to do on the stream because it consumes a lot of time, and also I don't want to inadvertently expose API keys and other stuff, because there were a lot of people lurking in the shadows just waiting for you to slip up so they can copy your API keys and max your stuff out. So in the meantime, what we're doing here is trying to fix this off. It's related to Superbase, because for this particular build, I experimented with Superbase a bit with Docker. So I run Docker locally and then do all of the development locally and then push to Superbase, which I had done. It worked pretty well. It's actually pretty cool. But if this error is not resolved, I'm just going to have to just put it aside and address it later. But in the meantime, let's give it another try. See what's causing all this issue. It's a lot of errors. 940. This basically, this guy just freaking rewrote a whole file. So that's BS right here. That shouldn't be happening. You know what? In this case, what you do is just go to a checkpoint and let's restore. What's wrong with the voice? Does it sound bad? Is it distorted? Because I can't hear what you're hearing. XYZ. What are you hearing? Is it distorted? Zesty voice. Dude, you're killing me here. Hang on a second. Bruh. Is that better? Yo, there's no filter here, bro. Did you broke it or something? Did I break it, you mean? Bro, explain yourself. I don't know what you're saying. Is this for hackathon? Um, this is a recap of a build for my startup. So audio broken. So there must be an issue because let me listen to it through the stream because I don't know what's going on. Yeah, if you guys can hear me, just give me a sec. There must be an issue with the audio. Give me a sec. I need I need to troubleshoot this. One two one two. Check. Check. One two. Two two two. Check check check. One two. One two. One two. One two one two. Check one. Check two. Check one. Check two. Check one. Two two two. Oh yeah, there's definitely a problem. Two. Check. 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 Well, we seem to be having got technical difficulties. What the hell? Check. Check, 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 check. Check, one, two, check, one, two. One, two, one, two. Two. Okay. All right, we seem to be having some audio issues. Let's test the mic. Okay. All right, all right, all right. We're back. We are back. So if you guys are listening, just give me a thumbs up if the audio is fine now. Because we were having a little bit of an issue with the audio earlier. And I believe we are back. Yeah. Just give me a one in the chat if you can hear me. Yeah. If you're listening, just give me a thumbs up or give me a one in the chat if you can hear me properly. Because we were having some audio issues earlier. And these guys, okay, who are we talking about here? XYZ. Who else? I guess Ailes or Alice Noor Marketing. XYZ and Alice Noor Marketing. First of all, um, the QR code is for the Discord server, and Alice Noor Marketing, you wouldn't scan that. Nobody asked you to scan anything. So if you come to the stream all disrespectful, you're gonna get disrespect. All right. So it would have been nice just to say, yeah, you can't hear properly. So there's no need for hostility. Okay. So it's not even about that. It's not that serious. All you could have said is, hey, we can't hear you properly, and I'll fix the issue. So now the issue's fixed. So We don't need a-holes on the stream, just pure negativity. You don't need to be all negative, all right? And what's your name? Alice, no marketing. I wouldn't scan that. Nobody asked you to scan anything. So for that, you are banned, my friend. You are banned. There's a thousands, million different videos out there you can tune into. So you don't have to tune into my stream to tell me what you would or you wouldn't do. You understand? So for you, my friend, you are out. You're an asshole. All right. So you're out of here. Blocked. So if you can hear me, if anybody's in the stream right now, you can hear me, just give me a thumbs up and let me know if you can hear me, because we had a bit of an audio issue earlier. And these two assholes here just decided to be a-holes. So can you all hear me? Can you hear me? So once again, the Discord's wide open, and as you come into the channel, just give us a thumbs up, give us a like, so the algorithm could push the stream to more people. So let me listen to the stream right now. Yeah, I think we got audio. Audio is good. All right, so let's get back to it. So we were actually trying to fix a problem related to the route to. There were a couple of issues. First of all, this server keeps crashing, right? So and trying to fix the issue, we introduced more problems. Let me see the right. Get vacant units is not assignable. Okay, we've already established this exists in the database, which is right here. So we know the function exists, get vacant units, so that is somehow it can't find the reference. Okay, let's start a new chat. So we're still trying to address this issue with the routes. Somehow, okay, vacant units. All right, cool. Now let's fix the routes issue. We fixed the units routes. So these are the message routes. So let's address these. Once these are fixed, then we'll move on to guest lease routes. And as we continue, so let me update you guys a little bit. So pretty much this build is one of the builds that I actually did for the challenge, the 2020 projects and vibe coding 20 projects. So this was one of them. So today's going to be just a recap. So before the recap, I wanted to fix a couple of bugs, and one of the major bugs we were having is the routes, because I actually use Supabase for this build with Docker locally for the development, and then I actually tested it on Supabase. It worked pretty well. So right, so we still having issues. We need to get okay, where were we? So message routes, then lease routes. So as I was saying, Supabase worked pretty well. So I kind of wanted to fix a few of these errors before the breakdown, before the recap. So I want to show you guys a little bit of the build, the landing page, and the front end, the landing page. So this is a property management platform where the property manager will be able to manage multiple properties and do things like lease signing, things like repair, bookings, manage renewals. It's a full-on property management platform. It's pretty extensive, and Yeah, I actually spoke to a realtor and see, to get some feedback, see what type of features that usually they require to get things on par to what a property manager would usually do. And most often they do it with multiple tools. So instead of using multiple tools to do that one job to manage properties, then you aggregate everything. So you pretty much have everything under the same roof, so to speak. So a single platform that will manage everything. Also, it's got a chat feature where you could send messages to the tenants or to your CT, your caretaker. And whether you have, if you're a big enough organization, you probably have a lawyer, so your lawyer will have access to your accountant and whatnot. So you could actually, it's a multi-tenant platform. You could create different accounts to have, with different access levels, with different roles. So even your caretaker will have access to the app, so he'll be able to manage the repairs and communicate with the tenants, communicate with the property manager, and whoever he's given access to. So that's pretty much what this platform would allow a property manager to streamline the process in managing their properties instead of using different tools to manage um, the flow of, let's say, repair or onboarding, getting a new tenant, signing the lease, renew the lease, and that's pretty much the workflow. So let me fix these little errors here, and then we'll get into it. So remember, the Discord server is wide open. So if you want to come and talk to me, just talk about AI, talk about the startup, talk about LLMs, anything and everything. So drop by, and if you're just coming in, just drop a like, because that way the algorithm will push the stream to more people. Drop a like, be much appreciated. If you haven't done so, subscribe to the channel, and we are here. Let's cook. A question. We have a question. No, Dean Coder. No, Dean Coder. Yes, I do use Augment. Give me a second. Yeah, yeah, I still do use Augment, but right now I'm actually trying Klein. This Klein, I actually used Klein last year, once when they first dropped, right? And I started experimenting with it, and it had a bunch of issues. But now, since they've updated the now you could use MCP servers. There's so much you can do. So I kind of revisiting, and it's not a full session today. It's just a recap. But I'm fixing a couple of bugs using Klein and rule code, which so far so good. I'm pretty impressed. Of course, Augment is my go-to. You know what I mean? Augment and Zencoder. But yeah, I still use them. Have you tried? Have you used Augment? Nodine Coder. I guess probably Nodine Coder is not actually listening to the stream. So can you hear me? Yeah. So, all right, guys, if you come into the stream, don't forget, drop a like. It'd be much appreciated. We already have 33 views, but we only have one like. The ratio is dismal. So let's go, guys. As you coming into the stream, just do your guy a favor, drop a like. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. And right now, what we're trying to do is basically fix these errors so I can give you a tour of the build. All right. Prashant. Hey man, how you doing? Can you hear me? Because I'm not getting a feedback. So how's the sound? Can you actually hear me clearly on the stream? Hey Prashant, can you hear me? Thank you for the like. All right, good, perfect. Because I had a little bit of an issue earlier with the audio. Oh, perfect. That's good. That's good. So, Prashant, what are you vibe coding? What are you working on? I actually the build is done. But what I'm working on today is fixing a couple of bugs. And this platform is basically a property management platform. I kind of wanted to fix these bugs first and then do a quick overview. But I can always fix these bugs later because right now Klein is having, Klein is having an issue with these bugs. It's unable to fix them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this aside and I'm going to show you real quick what's going on. Okay, Prashant is just thinking to start. I don't know how to, but I have some curiosity to do something. Yeah, Prashant. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I'll be doing a tutorial soon to for guys like you basically who want to get started but who doesn't know where to start. And the key to vibe coding is preparation. You gotta prep first. Once you have an idea, that means you gotta create a PRD, right? You gotta create a roadmap document. That way you know exactly what you want, the design, what are the main features, and if you want to build an MVP, what exactly is the key feature that you want. You don't want to start building a massive project. You start with something small and then you build on top of it. And of course, what I would recommend is start with something like Next.js, or if you wanna build apps, start with React Native with Expo. That way, once you run Expo, you can run the app on your phone, on a mobile device, which I'm going to show you in a second. So in the meantime, just join the Discord. Okay, you can find my tech stack there. This is the QR code is up right now, or you can use the link in the description. Okay, I have the idea, but I don't know how to use Cursor or those AI tools. I have an idea of a web tool, of a SaaS. Once you have the idea, you could use ChatGPT or Perplexity or Claude or Manus if you have access. I mean, you could use so many tools. Just tell the AI in the chat. This is what you need to build. So to create a roadmap for an MVP. Then once you have that roadmap, then you could feed it to let's say in cursor, right? Yeah, cool. Yeah, do that because then it'll give you sort of like a blueprint how to get started, right? No problem, Prashant. And then once you have the blueprint, it's just you just build on it. You know, it's just it's really not that complicated. But the first step, I know, the first step is not easy. So let me show you guys. Let me show you guys the build. Here's the landing page. Okay, this omniprop. So omniprop is an efficient property management platform. Omniprop provides a comprehensive cloud-based solution for property managers to streamline operations, reduce costs, and enhance tenant satisfaction. So basically, as I said earlier, the um, this allows a property manager, right, to streamline the process of taking care of tenants, taking care of leases, repairs, and all types of stuff, right? So you don't have to jump from tool to tool. They may use WhatsApp just to book appointments with the repair person, the handyman, either electrician or plumber or whatnot. But with the same app, you could manage all that. You could manage the lease signing. You could manage the lease renewal. Your lawyer could be part of the loop as well. So you could create different accounts for different people into your management. So whether it's your caretaker, whether it's your if you have a cleaning crew that cleans the building, that type of stuff. So everything could be managed under the same roof. Cool. So Prashant says, you're thinking about creating a tutorial. Can you create a tutorial on how to use Cursor to build your idea? Like if you have an idea or your framework to create web app from start to finish, just describe your value will be valued. Awesome, Prashant. Yeah, that's pretty much the idea. But also remember, the my tutorial won't be only applicable to Cursor. It'll be applicable to any AI coding assistant. That's the beauty of it. So you don't actually need to stick with Cursor or Windsurf or anything, right? So you could use VS Code with Client, with Root Code, with Augment, Zencoder, any sort of um, uh, any any AI coding assistant will be able to do what you need it to do. The only thing that's important is your prompt, is your roadmap, right? Your um, your basically your instructions to the coding assistant. Once you have the proper instruction for the coding assistant to understand what you want, then the rest is super simple, right? So that'll be yeah, it's a universal thing. Once you have the blueprint, you can use it anywhere. So once again, Prashant, thanks for the sub, much appreciated. So join the Discord server, right? And then everything will be posted there. But also, anyway, the video will be available here on the YouTube channel, so you'll be able to access it. All right. Cool. So let's continue. So omniprop. So again, there's nothing magical here. So we have the about page, right? So at Omniprop, our mission is to revolutionize property management through innovative technology and exceptional service. We believe that property management should be transparent, efficient, and stress-free for both property owners and tenants. By creating a comprehensive platform that streamlines every aspect of property management, we're setting new standards in the industry and helping our clients maximize the value of their real estate investments. Right? So why choose Omniprop? We stand out in the property management industry for several reasons. Cutting edge technology that simplifies property management, transparent communication and reporting, dedicated property management who understand your needs, comprehensive service for tenant screening to maintenance. So this is the approach. Again, blah blah blah. The team, right? So properties also here. This is pretty good. Uh, yeah, man. So yeah, look out for it. Okay. I don't know when I'm gonna drop it yet, but it's gonna be dropped this week, definitely. All right. So look out for it over the weekend, probably in a couple of days, Saturday, all right, or Sunday, the latest. So here you'll be able to list properties. So these will be listings, so you can view the details of the property. So you could request more information. You could schedule viewing. You'll have all the information about the property, right? Riverside Apartments, blah, 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 residential, 24 units, price range, $800 to $1,200, year build, amenities, okay, swimming pool, fitness, the regular stuff. Then you have similar properties listed down here. Then, of course, we'll have a blog where we could publish different things related to, maintenance, whether it's related to real estate, property, all sorts of stuff. Blog and contact, right? Of course, we have here properties, and we have client portal. Okay, so this is pretty cool because in the client portal, what you'll be able to do is uh, basically your tenant will be able to sign in, to log into the platform, to either make payments, to request repair, if anything, leaky faucet or whatnot. So you could request for repair directly onto the platform. So this is the web portal, but we'll also have the mobile app where the client or the tenant, okay, will be able to access his or her account. So property management services, tenant screening, blah blah blah, maintenance, okay. So comprehensive maintenance solutions. So you'll be able to book, okay, all your financial reporting. So you'll be able to get a printout of your lease, right? Perfect. All right, Prashant. Very nice. So Prashant, if you right now you in the Discord, if you look at my tech stack, you'll see my tech stack. So you can actually start looking at it. If there's anything you don't understand, you can actually ask ChatGPT to explain some of these concepts to you. What is TypeScript? What is Tailwind CSS? What is, I'm sure you're familiar with those terms, but if you're not, that'll be that'd be pretty cool to ask, right? And you'll get answers from ChatGPT or Perplexity or whatnot. Okay, we got TOS, terms of service, privacy policy, cookie policy, and disclaimer. Okay, yeah, that's pretty. I mean, yeah, that's pretty common. I'm sure you've heard, you've heard them before, but what exactly do they do? That's the thing. But you can you can learn about them fairly quickly by asking, what exactly does it do, and if you go to their pages, they have a document where they explain everything, right? Right. I would suggest. Well, I have a couple of suggestions. Number one, I would suggest familiarize yourself with Python. Okay, start with Python, and once you get the basic knowledge in Python, what you should do then try to get into um, a framework like Next.js. Okay, get into Next.js and get into um, understand what exactly that framework does. And React Native is basically JavaScript, right? But it allows you to build things without actually dig into the code. And once you get into things like ShadCN, then they have a component library, so you don't really have to do a lot of coding. You can just import the components with code. And what's amazing with, if you're going to use Cursor, Cursor is already well versed, is very knowledgeable when it comes to using these frameworks. So it's basically, instead of writing a bunch of code with a single line of code, you'll be able to import certain components. You'll be able to install a lot of components. For instance, if you're using React Native or Node Next.js, you can just, once the basic structure is built, you can just do npm install, and it'll install all the dependencies for you. So a lot of it is abstract. You don't even need to know what it's doing, and all you need to know that it's doing the work for you. And whatever you don't understand, you can highlight the code and you ask the AI coding assistant to explain it to you, and that's how you're going to learn a lot faster. Yep. That's what I suggest. Right, exactly. So uh, once you understand these simple concepts, it'll be so much easier for you to spin things out. And also remember, okay, I see you in the Discord server. Welcome, bro. Once you understand these concepts, um, then it's going to be super simple, right? To use either boilerplates. I got a boilerplate on the Discord, on the GitHub, so you can just get a boilerplate and then you can spin really quick. So all you do is customize it for your project. If it's close enough to your project, then you don't have to start from the beginning. You can just clone the Git repository and then you start from there. It'll save you a lot of time and a lot of tokens as well. So that's probably the best way to learn nowadays is to leverage the power of AI and learn these things super fast. Okay, because in a few years, in 5 years from now, okay, a lot of this will be abstract anyway. Coding will sort of be um, hidden. The code will be hidden. All you'll need to understand is how to talk to the AI. If you already know a little bit of a coding language, it's a lot easier to get things done. If you need to be surgical about certain things, If you know what a div is, if you know what top margin, bottom, padding, if you know these terms, especially if you know a little bit of HTML and CSS, you'll know how to communicate that to the LLM, to the AI. Then things will be a lot smoother. Cool. Perfect. So, where are we? Great. So, where are we? We are, okay, this is the dashboard. Okay. So, this is the dashboard of the property management. And Prashant wants to know, Prashant, so how old are you, buddy? I'm probably old enough to be your dad. So, I'm assuming you're probably 18, 19. How old are you? How old are you, Prashant? Yep. See, I was close. Yeah, but that's pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah. So look at it this way. So I'm old enough to be your dad. So I'm probably even older than your dad. But so I've been doing this for a long time. Okay, and let's keep it this way. And at the end of the day, right now at the age that you are at 19, you have a lot ahead of you. So you can capitalize on that. So you're doing the right thing by trying to immerse yourself into the culture right now, the culture of whether it's vibe coding or AI coding assistance. Now's the time to get into it. I don't know what you're studying. I don't know if you're studying. Um, I can see you're pretty good knowledge. Well, the thing is, I know enough, but I don't know enough at the same time because I'm still learning as well, just like everybody else. Okay, cool. Content creation and online business. Yeah, that's pretty good because then this is another trick in your another tool in your bag, in your tool bag. And by knowing another aspect of the business, because when you think about content creation in online business, whether you're thinking about e-commerce or a course, you sell a course or whatnot, these are all things that could benefit from your knowledge if you expand your knowledge now to include, coding. So if you want a certain tool, if you want to get into automation, for instance, then you'll be able to get into N8N or Make.com to create automations to automate a lot of your work. You see. So currently making 5 figures a month. So I think I can market it better if I create something cool. Yeah, definitely. Because if you're if you're already in a 5 figure a month bracket, by leveling up your basically your skill set, it can only get better. You know what I mean? It will definitely enhance your ability to scale even better. Hey, 6 figures, 7 figure, 8 figure, 9 figures even. So yeah, kudos. So at 19, you're already at a 5 figure, you know, um, a month venture. That's pretty cool. Keep it up. Keep it up, bud. For real. So here we are. Dashboard, guys. So again, just regular stuff. You'll be able to see the number of properties. So this is also dependent on the the user, of course. So this could be related to one property or multiple properties. So properties 245, number of units. You have active leases at a glance. Occupancy rate. Again, this will um, keep you informed of uh, how your property's functioning, how your property's performing. So monthly revenue, verified properties and pending verification. Boom. And occupancy rates. You got your graph here. Monthly revenue, energy efficiency. This is another thing that's again with smart homes and stuff. Of course, in order to manage that, you got to plug into the API, whether with your water consumption, electricity consumption, and whatnot, whether you're using solar or you're on the grid, whatnot. And platform growth. So, overview. So, admin. So, you'll be able to add your users here. Roles and permissions, admin, add role. Subscription, right? Okay, Prashant says, I love to connect with you and your journey and mine as well. We'll let you know how my little updates. Yeah, we'll let you know my little updates. No, definitely, Prashant. I appreciate it. Yeah, keep me in the loop now that you're in the Discord. So you can send me if you don't want to share anything in the public Discord. You can send me. You can DM me, right? So in the meantime, the uh, I'll drop the tutorial, all right, on how to get started. And yeah, looking forward to it. So yeah, drop by anytime. So if you're still in the chat, it's okay. Just if you have any questions, just drop me a question. And the guys who was just dropping in, uh, drop a like on the stream. That way, um, the algorithm will push the stream to more people. So do me a favor, drop a like. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. Road to 500 subscribers, so we're making headway. I think we're at 260. So let's go. Drop a like, and the Discord server is wide open. So if you want to talk, the voice channel is open. So if you want to talk to me, if you want to ask me any questions, just jump on the Discord, and we'll chop it up. So in the meantime, just sit back, relax, and watch the stream. So let's continue with the dashboard. So here we have property subscription, property company, property companies, right? Monthly revenue, da 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 da. And then here, properties. This is where you'll add your properties, verification, onboarding, etc., etc. Payment gateways, right? You'll be able to add your payment gateway here. AI integration, which is document, to create to generate your leases and stuff like that. So you have residential lease, month-to-month rental agreement, commercial property lease, rental application form, property rules and regulations, maintenance request form, even eviction notice, lease violation, for non-payment or for lease violation. We got configuration for the LLM, right? So we have model training where you could train the model that's going to drive this whole system. So that's the AI integration support. This is where users, tenants, will be able to send to open tickets essentially. So here, users will be able to open a ticket that will, whether it's a repair, whether it's to request a meeting with a caretaker or management. So it'll all happen here. Of course, now we have the settings. This is where we test. See, I had already connected to Superbase, so this is where we test the connection. Now it's going to fail because Superbase is not up and running. Because what I did is I basically used a local development with Docker. I use Docker to dev locally and then push to Superbase. So I know we were having an issue with the light mode. See, there we go. So light mode has an issue. So that needs to be addressed. So we can actually fix that. And that's not important right now, so I'm not even going to bother fixing it. So this is the full tour, guys. Document generation, right? Configuration, model training, and feedback and history. So there we go. Let's get back to the landing page. So this is the landing page. Oh, okay. So there's the modal to sign in. Right. And of course, this takes us to properties. So that's the build, guys. So we're here. If you have any questions, let me know. Okay, so there was an issue. In fact, when I developed this, Expo 52. Expo 52 was the version that we use, but now Expo version SDK 53 is out. So what I'll do is real quick, let me find out the latest version of Expo SDK version. So we do have version 52 installed. Now we need to install version 53. So npx. Okay, upgrade all dependencies to match the installed SDK version. Okay, good. So np So npx expo install SDK 53. mobile. So npm install. So we're going to clear the terminal, npm start, and let's try and launch. Okay, right now I'm scanning the QR code. Okay, we got expo, SDK 53 running. Pretty good. App is running. Yeah, as you can see, there are a lot of versions that need updating. So we got React Native, I believe. Looking at the document, required 0.79. Yeah. So I'm running 0.76.9. Expected version 0.79.3. Okay, of course, we do have errors. Could not build verified at the module on this native binary stack. Okay, turbo module registry, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we do have a bunch of errors to address. So let's do. So this is usually a pretty risky move by trying to update a lot of packages at the same time, but we might get lucky. So it already failed, so we might have to be more surgical and install the packages one at a time. But just give it another try, and if it doesn't work, then we'll do it one at a time, or just do a couple at a time. All right, task completed. All right, so let's stop the mobile server. Let's run that again. Oh, what do you know? It worked. Okay, scanning the QR code once again. All right, we're back. Okay, scanning the QR code. Okay, it's bundling. 65%, 66, 70%, 74, 78, 79, and it's bundling. Let's go. 94, 99, and we crashed. Okay, what's missing? The packages module libstream.js attempt to import a node standard library module stream because native React runtime does not include the node standard lib. Okay, so let's install that. All right, let's run this. All right, so we're installing the missing dependency. So once that's installed, then we'll attempt to refresh the mobile app once again. And we'll see. Okay, server, yes. Okay. Yeah, so right now, see, when you encounter these problems, they're actually pretty easy to troubleshoot. For instance, I was running a Expo SDK 52 and I needed to upgrade to SDK 53, which is not a big, which is just the next version over. But if you, let's say you were running version 49 and then you hadn't updated, so it is not recommended to jump from 49 to 53 because the breakage will be substantial. So again, we recommend upgrading SDK versions incrementally, one at a time. Doing so will help you pinpoint breakages and issues that arise during the upgrade process. So this is always recommended, but luckily I was actually on version 52 and I just upgraded to version 53. So I didn't have to do too many gymnastics to get things running. So npm install save node, okay, reactive, good, okay, nft. So we're still installing missing dependencies. So again, in fact, I didn't even run this, but I should have run this. Basically, what I'm doing now is the equivalent of this, but I guess let me copy the command. So what's happening here is the equivalent of this npx expo install space dash dash fix. So what it'll do is all the errors that you saw me having earlier with the different packages that showed up above the QR code. This is basically, this allows you to, okay, this is still running. This allows you to fix all these dependencies to, if it needed to update um, a React Native from 0.76 to 0.79, then it would have taken care of that. So, what you got to keep in mind is there are different ways to achieve the same result. So it doesn't mean because you see someone doing it a certain way that it's necessarily wrong. It could still be done in multiple different ways. So it just all depends on what works for you, what you're used to. You might you might run the application, let it error out, copy and paste the error, and then let the AI coding assistant fix it for you, or you fix it yourself, or you can run a command that's provided to you so you could address the issue. So let me clear the terminal, and we're gonna start again. npm start, and of course we do have an error cannot module React Native Babel transformer. Okay, so it seems like he errored out. So let's see. Luckily, there are checkpoints here, so I could revert back to a working state. So I can actually do this. Let's go to mobile npm. Let's fix that. Okay, dependencies are up to date. Perfect. Great. Now let's run. In fact, you know what? Let's do this. All right, clear. Okay, we're up and running again. Let's refresh. Let's reload the app. Okay, so we have the same error. Now, let's address this issue. So we're running the command to fix this module error stream.js. Attempt to import the node standard library module stream. Somehow that's not okay. npm install save dev and notify. Okay. All right. So the JSON package has been updated. So there it is. Expo SDK 53. Okay. Metro config. Oh, that's interesting. That file was missing. How? Right. So we have all right, great. I just want to get the mobile app up and running so I can show you guys. Let's reload. Let's reload the mobile app. Right, so we still crashed. So let's fix the issue. Vercel. So we still crashed because of another dependency. Okay, start. In fact, let's clear. All right, you know what? Let's close that. Mobile. All right, let's stop. Stop the server, stop the web, stop the admin, stop the mobile. All right, see what happens now. Okay, so he just sorry about that. You can't go back. Something went wrong. Okay, so let's start over. Scan the QR code once more. And it's bundling. Let's see what happens. 40%. Okay, so what are we missing here? We got React 18.3, expected version 19. Okay, project may not work properly. I see. Okay. So this is the package, the JSON. Okay, well, it's running version 19 here. React. Okay, well, that's not a big issue. I can always update, can always upgrade from version 18.3 to 19. Okay, so we're still having an issue here with, well, actually, this is a different issue that we were having earlier. That was fixed, now it's back. So we do have, okay, Superbase, mobile source, services, Superbase. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, because it's trying to access Superbase. Well, Superbase is not running right now, so it's not a big issue. So what I'll do is basically change it so it points to the local environment rather than Superbase. And also, there should be a fallback anyway. So if that's not available, just use the local database instead of trying to connect to Superbase. OS, welcome to the stream, brother. My startup it's a property management. This is actually one of many projects from on my startup, but this is one of them. This is the one I'm showcasing today. It's a property management platform that allows you to manage anything from onboarding, lease signing, lease renewal, tenant management, payments, and repairs, and everything in between. So this is what you're looking at right now is the landing page. All right. So you'll be able to list your properties, create an account for your caretaker, your CT, your lawyer. Your tenants will be able to log in, pay the rent, create tickets for repair. So it's an all-in-one property management system. Cool. Cool. Let me show you the dashboard. So this is the dashboard. This is where you'll be able to, at a glance, manage your properties, and it's pretty extensive. So you'll be able to, at a glance, see. Let's say you have multiple properties. You'll see your properties here, units, lease activities, or occupancy rate, all that type of stuff, and you'll be able to create your users here, whether you have your to onboard your this is for the admin, but you'll be able to add roles if you have a caretaker, if you have your accounting, everything will be able to be managed from the same platform. Yeah, exactly. And not just people who own properties. It could be, let's say, you run an Airbnb business where you don't actually own the properties, but you lease the properties from the owner, where you could actually manage everything from here. So whether it's Airbnb, or if you're a developer, or a real estate agent or company, so you could. That's my target audience, basically people who manage properties, not necessarily the owners, but you could be running an Airbnb business where you don't own the properties. Does that make sense? Right. Properties. So there's the onboarding process, verification for your tenants, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, all your properties will show up here. Payment gateways, AI integration. This is the secret sauce. Perfect. That's the secret sauce right here. So you'll be able to do things like standard residential lease or commercial, right? Residential or commercial, month to month rental agreement. Let's say for a warehouse or a storage facility, whatever, you know what I mean? So, rental application form, property rules and regulations, maintenance request form. This is pretty common. So, oops, let's go back. Come on now. Yeah, this page hasn't been created. Let's refresh. Oh yeah, of course. Because you know why? Because I stopped the server. Start the server back up. npm. My bad, because I had stopped the server. So here we go. Right. So AI integration. So where were we? So document, right? So rental application, property rules and regulations, maintenance request form, which is something that's standard. And then now this whole process is streamlined, where as a tenant you'll be able to track the repair. Once they book a repairman, you could schedule it, and that's taken care of. Of course, you have eviction notice for non-payment. You have eviction notice for lease violation, and of course, there are more documents. Configuration. This is where we could use different models, right, to train our AI to manage these documents. And of course, we can train our own model. So then it becomes a closed source. So you don't have to be dependent on spending tokens and connecting to an external source for API, for token stuff. And of course, feedback right here. Support, where you'll be able to open tickets and communicate with the CT and whatnot, right? OS, it depends. It depends. What do you It depends what service level you're looking for. Are you looking for somebody who develops something for you, or you want to know how much it costs to use this service? It the the question will depend on the answer will depend on what specifically you want. How much do you charge for your service? If it's related to the platform, I don't have a price point yet. If if it's related to me, my service as a developer, I don't have a price point because it depends on the project. So clarify, please. Which one do you mean? So, that's pretty much the tour of the dashboard. Oh yeah, okay. Okay. Thanks for the clarification. Um, for this, like I said, I don't have a price point yet. But what will happen is there are two options. As you could either purchase the system, we install it for you, and we manage it for you, right? Or you could use it as a SaaS. That means you pay a yearly or a monthly fee, so we don't have to install it on you to your own server. We manage it for you. We deploy it. We manage it for you. But as far as the price point, this is what we're working on right now with the marketing team to make sure that it's affordable, but also that we can we can be competitive with other platforms out there. So and there are some competitors, but we want to be able to be competitive, but also be profitable at the same time. So we'll offer those two options: either self-hosted or use it as a SaaS. Cool. Let's see. New task. All right, let's kill. Thank you, OS. Thank you very much, bro. Much appreciated. Let's keep building. I hope you're building stuff. What are you building, OS? If you don't mind me asking, are you building anything these days? Because you got to be building something. Now's the time, my friend. Now's the time. Cool. OS says, I have an idea to make a website that will host training courses for cybersecurity for students at my university. Yeah, that's a pretty cool idea. So who would create the courses? Would you create the courses or you'd have different teachers to host their courses there. Oh, that's pretty cool. All right. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I mean, do that. It's just going to be like a community access, so you're not going to put it behind a paywall. So it's just for the students to have access to the courses, right? No paywall. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's a good idea. In fact, one of my SaaS is a security. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, it's called Sentinel Shield. It's community access for the students. Good. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, you should do it. What do you think? What are you going to use to build it? Do you have an idea as to your tech stack? What do you want to use for it? Yeah, so my SaaS is basically it's called Sentinel Shield. It's an AI enhanced cybersecurity platform. It's basically Sentinel Shield is an advanced cybersecurity platform that leverages AI to detect threats that traditional systems miss. So uh, it's an active sort of threat detection, intrusion detection, and all types of stuff. Yeah. So what's going to be your tech stack? What are you going to use? Are you going to do it in Python, or are you going to use This is just going to be a static page, HTML, CSS, JavaScript type stuff. So we do have some issues with the mobile implementation as well. I don't know what's going on, but relaunch terminal. Right. So, all right. So there's the server issue. I know what the problem is because we're not actually connected to Superbase, and it's still trying to access Superbase. Um, so we need to access Docker instead of Superbase. Right. Okay. An easy way to start is to start to sketch out what you have in mind. Right. Think about think about the visual first. Um, I think first things first before you think about the the um, the back end, right? The server. What are you going to use for it? Is it going to be MongoDB or a Postgres SQL? Is it going to be just a static page where you could host the lessons? Are the lessons going to be video based? Are they going to be um, text based only? Once you establish that, what you do, you create a roadmap. Okay, what do you want to do? What do you want it to look like? Is it mobile first? Is it just a static web page? Then start going to places like Dribble or Pinterest and just good old Google. Look at designs, see what you'd like your project to look like, right? Once you have an idea in mind, it's just a question of now executing the the design, the front end, right? Once you create the visual aspect of it, then it'll be easier to connect it to a database to make it do what you want it to do. So I would suggest, first of all, yeah, do a little bit of research, see what your front end will look like, what your page will look like, okay? And whether your landing page, for instance, let me switch, or I'm already here. Let me switch to the landing page, right? So when I started developing this, the idea for this started with what do I need this to look like, right? And this is what I had in mind. Okay. So once you once you have this idea figured out, okay, then it's just standard. Okay, what do I need to do? Okay, this is the logo. Of course, now it's just a text-based logo. Then the about section. What do you have? Properties. In your case, it'll be, it'll be courses instead of properties. And if you have a blog or a newsletter, it'll be here, and then a way for people to contact you. It's there. If not, it doesn't need to be there. And then of course you'll need this. You'll need a login modal sign up for people to access, whether you want them to create an account using their Google email address or just use their regular email address, right? For instance, sign up. You just email, password, confirm password. Real simple. You confirm and you're in. And if you already have an account, you just log in here. If you want to experiment with adding Google, it's a little bit more complicated, but you could add Google or GitHub or Facebook or whatnot to give them option to sign in using those hooks. So once you have that, once the user signs in, then I believe I do have tenant at example.com. Ah, there you go. Okay. So I didn't remember whether it was hooked up or not. So basically, this is what your users will see, right? Let's go to settings. Okay, that hasn't been done yet. So this is what your users will see. Oh, this was done as well. Okay, cool. So then they'll be able to access the courses, right? So here, for instance, this property, you see what's happening. So active lease, one lease, maintenance requests, unread notifications, next payment. This is the rent. The client will be able to see profile, right? The lease. Of course, it'll be more extensive than that. This is just a placement, upcoming payment, cost payment system, all that, credit card, maintenance. This is where you submit your maintenance request. So in your case, of course, it'll be catered to your system. So these are the steps, all right? So once the user log in, then they'll be able to access their whatever the community lessons, on cybersecurity, as you mentioned. So that's what I suggest. OS, do a little bit of research and start with the front end first, with your user interface. So UI UX is very important. User interface and user experience. That's what you start with, and then from there, build it little by little. Cool. Let me know if you have any more questions. I'm here. Boys and girls, remember, as you come into the stream, drop a like. The algorithm will push the stream to more people. Right now, we're at 84 views. We got 6 concurrent viewers, but we only have 3 likes. Just do your guy a favor. Drop a like if you haven't done so. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do so. On the road to 500 subscribers right now. In fact, let me check where we at. Last I checked, we were at about 260. Right now, we're at 266. That's good. Much appreciated, guys. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Yeah, well, that's no problem. Hey, listen, just if you haven't done so, just join the Discord server. That's where all the information will be. And then on X as well. I'm on Twitter. So hit the Discord server. The QR code is there or it's in the description. In the meantime, I'll see you next time, brother. OS, thank you for stopping by and thank you for hanging out with me. See you later. Right. Okay. Where were we? Good. So, guys, this is the build. Okay. So, omniprop. It's a property management platform. So, as I did the run through, hope you have some questions for me if you have any questions. Of course, this is the MVP. There's still quite a bit of work to be done. It's already connected to the database, but there are some issues right now because the database is not up and running. I'm using local. It's supposed to fall back to Docker, but there were some issues connecting to the database. But that's neither here nor there. This is not a production build. It's just basically the MVP, and I know it works because um, the flow works. We're able to access a tenant account, admin account, and then of course the dashboard. So as OS asked earlier, it's a pretty good question. You know, what do I charge for this? I haven't really worked out the price point yet, so I know it's got to be profitable, but also it's got to be, mm, uh, we got to be able to compete with. It's got to be affordable. It's got to be able to compete with other similar platforms. So, and what I'm thinking is two options: either you use it as a SaaS, or you purchase it outright and you host it. You can purchase a copy, you host it. That means what the good thing is. I mean, there's always a pro and a con, right? The good thing is once you host it yourself, and we can also set up an LLM for you. You train an LLM to deal with your specific uh, case scenario. Then you won't have to get an API key. Keep using tokens to access your AI, your LLM. So that's another option where if we host it, of course, you're going to have to pay either a monthly subscription fee or annual subscription fee. That means you don't have to worry about maintenance. And so if it breaks, that means it's a full service, it's a full SaaS service. So that these are the two options, use it as a SaaS or self-hosting. And I'm sure a lot of people will opt for the SaaS service. That way, any issues, you don't have to deal with maintenance and security updates, patches, and so on and so forth. So that'll all be handled for you. So once again, we are here. If you have any questions about the build, about how this project came about, and what's the plan, how do I manage to put it together in such a short period of time, and it really took less than a week to put this project together, just a few days. And right now we have the mobile apps, which are not currently not running because there's an issue with the Superbase connection. It's bugging. And there's the front end, which is what you're seeing right now, and the admin, which I showed earlier. So if you guys have any questions, I'm right here. In the meantime, drop a like, subscribe to the channel. Road to 500 subscribers. Right now we're at 266. So we're getting there, guys. So let's go. If you have any questions, I'm here, and then the Discord server is wide open as well. So if you want to talk to me, drop by on the Discord server. I'm right here.
Just of a shattered grid, fractured lines in its corners fade. Echoes of strings bending mathematics, chasing shadows in a numbers way. Take a time before we can't decipher, puzzles tangled in a web they spin. Equations leading on naked, books of memory tossed in the bin. Screaming digits in a void of static, patterns clash and secrets swim. In the heart of chaos there's a rhythm, lost in formulas we grasp the hymn. Broken arches sing the song of old, triangles whisper in the cold night. Essence found in the cryptic whispers, solving mysteries with fractured sight. Polygons dance in a sphere of madness, curved paths hide the truth untold. Silent tempest twirls me in fury, gaze into numbers so vivid, bold. Polygons dance in a sphere of madness, curved paths hide the truth untold. Silent tempest twirls mute fury, gaze into numbers so vivid, bold. Polygons dance in a sphere of madness, curved paths hide the truth untold. Silent tempest twirls mute fury, gaze into numbers so vivid, bold. Broken arches sing a song of old. Gutters clash in secret swim. In the heart of chaos there's a rhythm. Lost in formulas we grasp the hand. Broken arches sing a song of old. Triangles whisper in the cold night. That's found in the cryptic whispers. Solving mysteries with fractured sight. Intentions in a fire static. Patterns clash in secret swim. In the heart of chaos there's a rhythm. Lost in formulas we crash the hem. Polygons dance in a sphere of madness. Carved paths hide the truth untold. Silent tempest swells new fury. Gaze into numbers so vivid and bold. The truth untold. Silent tempest draws me to fury. Gaze into numbers, so vivid, bold.
Well, all right, boys and girls, what's happening? Okay, so where were we? So, what do we have here? We've got. Da, da, da. Okay, let's. There we go. And right here. So for this startup right here, it's a property management platform. So what you're looking at right now is the landing page, and here you'll be able to access property listing. Of course, there's the property listing. There's a blog feature. There's a portal for tenants and management to access their dashboard, and it's pretty extensive. So from here you'll be able to process leases, collect payment, where tenants will be able to request repair. There'll be a ticket system. There'll be a chat system between the tenant and the property manager and the CT, the caretaker. So it's pretty well organized. So basically, one platform that will allow the user to manage the property, right? There we go. I think the music was a little loud, so you guys probably couldn't hear me. So, a property management, a system that will allow the property manager to manage properties under one roof. So, here, what you're looking at is the um, landing page. And what's happening? Harish Kulan. I don't want to butcher your name, brother. Harish Kolam. What's up, bro? Welcome to the stream. And remember, guys, as you come into the stream, drop a like because we got 200 plus views, but we only have 3 likes. That is crazy. So, just let's push the stream to more people. We've been here for just about 6 hours, and we gotta up the count. And if you haven't subscribed, please do so. Harish Kolam, please do us a favor. There you go. That's a beautiful like right there. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. So those of you who are coding, who are vibe coders, who are working on their startups, just feel free to drop in. The Discord is wide open. So if you want to talk to me, if you have any questions, you could either drop it in the chat or you can come and talk to me live. So we're ready to have a conversation about AI, startups, LLMs, or whatnot. So, as I was saying, efficient property management platform. Here, under one umbrella, the property manager will be able to manage his or her property right here. Okay. So, I'm going to show you guys real quick what we're dealing with. So, here's an example of what the dashboard would look like for a tenant. So as the tenant logs in, all right. So the tenant's name will be here, and of course the tenant will be able to access his profile settings and sign out, of course. And here on the dashboard, you'll be able to have active lease because you may have multiple leases. You may have a commercial lease in the building and a residential lease or whatnot. So he'll be able to see your number of leases, maintenance requests. So whatever requests you put in for maintenance, they'll appear here, and unread notifications and your next payment, which is pretty cool. So you'll manage everything from here. So here also you'll be able to see your payment history, right, um, over the year. So you'll be able to track month to month what your payment is like. Maintenance history as well to see what's going on, and utility usage. Of course, that's contingent on um, having access to the right API or the right SDK to access, let's say, things like your electrical bill, electric bill, electricity bill rather, and water. And let's say if you're using a solar system, solar power, you could also tap into that. So there are different ways you could have access to that. And of course, here you'll have your lease, right? The property that you're leasing. It'll be listed here. And here you'll have your tickets, your what do you call them? Maintenance requests, right? So you'll see leaky faucet. It'll be here pending. You could view the detail. Broken thermostat and progress. So you could see all your stuff here. Okay, and then you'll have your alerts that you see rent due reminder. It'll pop up on your phone because we do have a mobile version as well. Maintenance update. Your maintenance request for the leaky faucet has been scheduled. So then you'll be able to schedule that with the caretaker and the repair person, the repairman. So here, there you go. And also, of course, building notice. So here, there's an example. The elevator will be under maintenance on Sunday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Boom, there you go. So, and of course, you can view all your notifications. And that's pretty much the dashboard for uh, tenant, your typical dashboard. Here, this is still under construction. So profile, you'll be able to, edit different things, email, phone number, date of birth, emergency contact, employment information, and ID, right? And your lease will be here, and your lease history will be here if you've renewed, and if there have been amendments, or everything will appear here. And of course, so you have the lease information. What happens when your lease expires? How do I request maintenance? How do I? This is sort of like a knowledge base, quick at a glance for the tenant. And payments here again, you could schedule payments. Maintenance, same thing. Here you could again you could submit a maintenance request. So the title, description, and priority if it's right. If it's low, not urgent, normal, high, let's say your there's a huge leak in the bathroom. Yeah, that's pretty urgent. And access instructions. So if you work, the caretaker could give access to the repair person, to the handyman. And of course, there's an emergency maintenance for things like water leaks, gas smells, or electrical issues. So, and also there's a number. So if you don't want to submit a request, because if it's urgent enough, then yeah, a phone number might be the best thing. If the caretaker is not picking up, then of course, it's always good to have a record, right? So submit a request or call right away. And maintenance requests, as you saw earlier, maintenance process. Here's the here's the workflow. Here's how it works. Submit a maintenance request through the tenant portal. Your request will be reviewed by property management. A maintenance technician will be assigned to your request. You will be notified when the technician is scheduled to arrive. After the work is completed, you'll be asked to confirm the issue is resolved, and you mark it as completed or resolved. Priority levels: emergency, high, normal, and low. Tenant responsibility: as a tenant, you are responsible for keeping your unit clean, replacing light bulbs, changing air filters, and reporting maintenance issues promptly. Damage caused by tenant negligence may result in charges, right? And this is the main notification page, right? So again, you could choose to receive alerts here, maintenance updates, payment reminders, lease updates, property announcements, etc., etc., etc. And this is that. Once we log out and we're back on the landing page. So that's a tour of sort of like the workflow from the landing page to a tenant dashboard. So, any questions? Let's go. Shoot. Let's talk about it. If you have any questions, I am here. So, go ahead and shoot. Right. So, continue. Once again, guys, if you're coming through the stream, just drop a like. Right now, we at 243 views, only 4 likes. Drop a like if you haven't done so and subscribe to the channel. We are on road to 500 subscribers. Right now, we're at 270. We're making progress, guys. Let's keep pushing. And subscribe to the channel and drop us a like. Let's go. So, as I mentioned earlier, so we do have a property listing, not just a property management portal, but we do have property listing as well. So, here, once you go to properties, this is where you'll be able to see choice property listings, whether it's, let's show you the categories, the property types. We have residential, commercial, industrial, and mixed use. That means you may have a facility that basically allows live-in and also office space or in some sort of industrial, because not all properties allow this for obvious reasons. You may find properties that allows you to have an office even if it's in a residential area, but the lease does not um, allow you to actually reside on the premises, because you have to have there are certain stipulations, there are certain rules and laws that you have to observe. If you want to live in a certain place, it has to have a minimum of amenities. It have to have certain things that's fit for habitation. So you got to make sure that your property or your municipality or whatever you are, your state or whatnot, allows such things. So if it's not explicitly, if it doesn't indicate explicitly that it's mixed use, you cannot live there and work there. So, of course, if you crash there here and there on a cot in the back, it's not a problem, but you can't live there on a permanent basis. So we have mixed use, industrial, commercial, and residential. So these are this is kind of like what um, your typical listing would look like, right? So you'll have the main card, you have the hero image, you have, then again, it tells you 3 units available. So that's not, the picture doesn't represent, these are just placement pictures. You would see a high rise or an apartment, sort of complex, but this is more of a house. This is a duplex. But pretend it's an apartment building. And then here, once you view details, then you'll be able to see the contact information. You could schedule a viewing. You could request more information. Then, of course, you have the property um, description, the about the property. Then you have the type, total units available, and then the price range. and of course the year it was built. Then you have amenities: swimming pool, fitness center, 24/7 security, parking, playground, garden, etc., etc. And of course you have similar properties. So let's go back and look at for instance, commercial property, and it's the same thing, right? So you have, of course, the description will be according to the listing. So here you see property type commercial. There are 12 units, available units 2, price range 1,500 to 3,000. Of course, this doesn't reflect the prices of commercial rental, but these are just placement prices. Then year built 2015, and amenities. Of course, the amenities will be different than a residential. So now you have conference rooms, high-speed internet, reception service, parking garage, cafeteria, and security system, right? And then you have, again, you see it's pretty smart because since we're in commercial properties, and it already shows you similar properties. Of course, it shows you other commercial properties. So if we click through right now, if we click through, it's going to open. Of course, now it's not navigating. Oh, there we go. So it did navigate to the other unit. So again, right? So here, okay, this is pretty cool because then it tells you about the office is a cutting edge workspace designed specifically for technology companies and startups. The property offers flexible office solutions, collaborative spaces, and advanced technological infrastructure. Join a community of innovators and entrepreneurs in this dynamic environment. So here you see it's a type of properties, commercial. Total units is 8, available units 3, and then here's the price range, year built 2019, and here you have the amenities: co-working space, meeting rooms, right? Event space, high-speed internet, lounge area, and parking. So, which is pretty cool. So this is for the um, contact information. You could schedule viewing. Right now it's not coded yet, and request information where you'll be sent more information via email or the whatever you choose as a means of communication. So that's property listing right here, accessible on the landing page. So that's yet another feature, another cool feature that'll enable property managers if you own multiple properties and you have tenants, and of course there's churn. So you have tenants move in, they move out or whatnot. So then you'll be able to advertise also your empty units. You can advertise here, and once you get a tenant, you onboard, you get the lease. The lease is, and again, there's a feature. I'm going to show you another feature where there's an AI feature that creates and manages your lease, creates the lease, make sure the all the amendments are, of course, if you have a lawyer, which you should, then your lawyer will put a stamp on it and basically do the fine tuning and make sure it's up to code. And electronic signature, so you can do everything in the app. Okay, so you don't have to print things out, and of course it's GDPR compliant and secure data storage. Therefore, you are good to go. You could list your property and manage from onboarding to get your tenants. Do the due diligence, right? Your caretaker has his own app, has access to the system. Your maintenance person, your electrician, and everybody. So once you put out a request for maintenance, it's handled all within the platform. How beautiful is that? So once again, questions, I am here. If you have a question, drop a question. And we need another like, guys. Let's bump it up to 5 likes right now. We're at 4. We have 249 views, 4 likes, which is really pitiful. So let's go. Drop me another like and follow. Subscribe to the channel. We're on the road to 500 subscribers, and we're pushing on. So That was the property listing tour. So I am here. If you have any questions, just go ahead and shoot. Right. So this particular build was actually done what, a couple of months ago, I believe, probably about 3 months ago. And since then, I've actually made a few changes, and so I need to do a demo. And for the demo, I need to have the full workflow ready. So this is an MVP status right now. It is fully functional, but I was having a little bit of an issue earlier with the Superbase integration. And so whenever you start integrating auth and Superbase and schemas, it's quite complex. It's quite complicated, and unless you have a really good grasp of back end development, it could be a handful. And this is such a case right now, and it ended up breaking the mobile implementation. So I kind of need to get the mobile app running successfully so it can be ready for a demo. So, and I think one question that I had earlier was that um, how would I price this when it goes to market? Well, there are two options, two pricing options. It's either you use the product as a SaaS, or we install it for you on your own server and you run it. You manage it yourself. So that's a little bit more complicated. But if you are, if you have a technical team, then that's something they could handle very easily. And also within the build, there are provisions to train your own LLM for your particular use case. Therefore, you would forego the uh, API costs. You wouldn't have to spend a lot of money on tokens to get access to the LLM, to the AI that will sort of like run under the hood for the system. So you see, it'll be um, it'll be beneficial to be to run it yourself, or if you don't have a technical team or you don't want to bother, we'll run it for you. So basically, you use it as a SaaS. So you'll have your own um, basically your own account, where within your account then you could also use your organization. Let's say your caretaker would have his own account, your lawyer could have his account, accounting could have an account, your agents could have their own account. If you have a repair team, the repair team could have an account as well. So when you schedule maintenance, the maintenance team could be notified directly and schedule maintenance. So that is pretty much uh, that's the gist of it all. So, with all that in mind, it's pretty cool that basically uh, under one platform, you could successfully manage your properties from listing to leasing to collecting payment to repair and everything in between. So, pretty cool. Right. So, I'm going to try and run the mobile app because it wasn't working earlier. So let me try and scan the QR code once more. Excellent. We're at 270 views and we're still at 4 likes. We need more likes, guys. So if you're coming into the chat, if you're coming into the stream right now, do your guy a favor. Just drop a like on the stream. Drop a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. On the road to 500 subscribers, and we are making progress. Yay, yeah, yeah, yeah. So good. So we have, okay. Oh yeah, the other problem I was having earlier in running the app um, on the mobile phone was the fact that I had, because I did it a couple of months ago, 3 months ago. to be specific. And there was an issue. It wasn't really an issue, but at the time, Expo SDK 52 was available. So I was done in SDK 52. Now with SDK 53, when you run the app, if you run SDK 53 app and your app is running on with SDK 52, you won't be able to run the app. So you have to update Expo Go. And this is what I had to do. Now I do have another error message, but somehow it's not showing in the, it's actually not showing in the terminal, which is strange. But as you can see, there's an error message on the screen right now. So let me see what the error is. Runtime not ready. Okay. Turbo module registry. Platform constant could not be found. Verify that a module this name registered in the native library. Okay. So turbo module. Okay, log for your project will appear below. Right. All right. So we're still having issues with the mobile app. So let's try one more trick. So that worked. And anyway, we're trying to troubleshoot the error message because it's actually erroring out, but the error message doesn't make any sense because it's looking for the turbo module registry. It says could not platform constants could not be found. Okay, let me check the finding specific errors message by running the app and checking the logs. Okay, for that I need to out of the I gotta quit the mobile app, so we're still running. So never mind. What's happening? Do I need a real developer? Explain what is a real developer to you? Who's a real developer? Define a real developer. Gabriel. Gabriel, what's going on, man?
Hey,
Hey, what's
everything
up?
is good. How's it going?
Hey, good man. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How about
Awesome.
you?
Awesome, man. Just trying to do the thing, man, you know.
hmm
Yeah, talk to me.
Are you coding now?
Yeah, I am. Just trying to fix a minor bug off the mobile implementation. I got the web and the backend and the admin going, but the mobile section of things is
hmm
kind of bugging out.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. So is that you? Never mind. In the chat.
What?
Is that you in the chat? Because there's somebody by the name of Never Mind in the chat.
Oh, no, that's not me.
Oh, that's not you. Okay. Cool.
That's not
Yeah. So
me.
what about you? What are you working on?
I'm just exploring some CMS solutions. I wasn't using any,
Mm,
until now. A guy showed it to me, and I'm now exploring it.
cool.
But yeah, I've used WordPress before, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've developed a lot on WordPress as well. Even before WordPress, I did a lot of work in. I don't know if you've worked on Drupal.
Mhm.
Yeah, kind of clunky, for certain things. It's great if you want to get up and running real quick. WordPress, especially with Elementor and these sort of
Oh yeah.
plugins. Those are great, but then you reach a certain point where a simple thing like to move a div, a couple of put some padding or some some margin, it's so difficult to do unless you dive into the custom CSSs and stuff like that. So it's a little clunky.
Hmm.
So what are you using now?
I don't know yet. That's the thing. I'm exploring. I
Okay.
don't know what I'm going to use.
Yeah.
Uh,
There's a lot of
I
options.
can see the full stack that I'm using. For example, for front end, I'm using Svelte. For back, I'm using Go. I'm using NoCMS now. I'm using some libraries. For example, for animation, I'm using GSAP. Do you know?
No, I've never used your SAP.
Yeah, they released it 4 weeks ago, full free. So before it was paid, but now it's 100% free.
Oh wow, open source completely.
Yeah, and it's one of the biggest libraries for animations out there.
Nice.
So you
I got.
can do anything.
Oh, I got to check it out for real.
Yeah, it's GSAP.
GSAP. Okay. In fact,
Hmm.
let me pull it up right now.
Yeah, go for the backend because it is fast, you know.
Right.
It's lightweight, fast, does
And it
everything
and scalable, of course.
faster. Yeah, way scalable. And
So
front end, I use Svelte because it's also fast and scalable.
right.
I don't like to use React. I got, um, I have, I don't know, I have beef with React.
Hey man, I feel you, man. I hear you because I'm actually in React, Next.js and React Native hell right now because
Yeah, it's a hell. Like
yeah,
when you try to deploy something, you try to start the server, it gives you a few node errors because of React. That's that's lame. I don't like that. So I
yeah.
started using Svelte.
I should look into that because the
So,
main reason I went
yeah.
into, I started with React and, Next.js, Node.js, React Native, the sort of like your go to
Mhm.
stack for a lot of quick, deployment. But I use TypeScript. So a lot of these bugs are
Yeah.
caught, that at least there's that. But still, you got to do a lot of debugging as you build, which kind of mitigates the problem a little bit. But then
Yeah.
if you get into a loop where things get really wrong, they go really wrong.
Oh yeah. You lose track of it.
Oh
It's not
yeah,
simple.
exactly. Yeah. But so I mean, so far I've built over 20 different projects using basically Node.js, React Native,
Mhm.
Next.js, and it's for the most part everything's okay. But then occasionally, for instance, this build right now, this is what I'm going through. The React Native for the iOS and Android app. Once something basically goes off the rails, and you got to spend a lot of time trying to find the freaking issue. That's what I'm going through right now.
Yeah. What about for database? Use PostgreSQL, but you use in Superbase or something?
Yeah, I use Postgre locally with Docker, and then I push to Superbase. For
Yeah, that's the best way to go. A lot
yeah,
of people use Superbase and stuff. I don't like those
mm,
because you'll be But if you scale a lot, you'll pay a huge bill.
Yeah, that's
You will pay a huge bill. And it's not necessary. Like if you do it locally, you also decrease the latency. So for every single request, you get faster responses. So
oh
I like it. I like using that way.
yeah, absolutely.
Containerize it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. With the, you Dockerize everything, you containerize it, and then again, the latency goes way down because you're working on your local machine. Although my
Yeah.
machine,
Yes.
my
Yes.
machine is not really, it's not really a beast, but it handles because right now I'm using a Mac Mini M1. It's not
Mm,
even an M4. It's not even an M2. I'm using a
yeah.
Mac Mini M1. It's 8 gigs. It's the first version. It didn't even have the 16 gig of RAM. 8 gig of RAM, right? 256
Yeah.
SSD. But then I have a bunch of external SSD where now I can manage, and I'm actually live streaming on the same machine and coding on the same machine,
Mhm.
and it can actually handle it. But then if I guess if I launch, for instance, um, the emulator to run my app, then I'm in trouble. Then everything's just grinds to a halt.
It's,
And that's the
it's
reason
the whole
why.
RAM.
Yeah, that's the reason why you see this. I use Expo Go, so I can scan the QR code, so I can actually work on the app on my mobile phone,
Yeah.
which is pretty cool.
Yeah. I created my own. So a lot of people do this as well. So for the development stuff, I bought a whole server, a
Nice.
whole physical server
What are
on
you? Are
a
you
data
running?
center.
Are you running Linux,
Well,
Windows, or
yeah, Debian, yeah, Linux.
nice?
Debian 12, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Why
It's
didn't you go
secure, lightweight,
right? I love Linux.
but
For before I started using Mac full time, even I got a MacBook Pro and the Mac Mini. Linux was on all my machines. Even though I used to um, I used to do sysadmin, so I just run virtual machines. So if I
yeah.
needed to test something on Windows, I could just bring up a virtual machine of any window flavor. Like, I could go to Windows 98 if I want to. I could Windows ME, you know what I mean? Windows Server, whatever. And which is pretty
Hmm.
cool because then even if it crashes, you could just spin up another one right away, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I develop it directly in the server, so it doesn't mess up my local,
nice,
my computer.
great.
That's
And
why I do it. And it's also great for if you have teams, multiple people working on a project.
true, true.
That's great.
So how beefy
Right.
is your server? What are you
How
running?
big?
Yeah, CPU, GPU, and
It's
RAM.
not. Yeah, yeah, it's not that big as this is just for development, not for deployment. We have
Right.
different servers. So let me actually check. Let me do a login.
hmm So you're running it headless, of course.
No, 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 no. So look, it's 32 GB RAM,
Okay, that's good.
1 GB swap, and 8 cores.
Okay, that's
I'd
pretty good.
have a yeah.
That's pretty good.
It's a great machine.
Yeah.
It can run pretty much anything. Anything. I can launch hundreds of websites in this.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and, especially if you're not running massive databases
Mhm.
and millions of
Yeah.
hits, you're good. Yeah, definitely. And especially if
Okay.
you're running static pages, it's even better.
Yes, it is. We
Yeah,
have 1 terabyte of SSD and NVMe.
nice.
This is the fastest one. Let me check the other stuff.
So you plug
Is
them into
that
your PCI Express bus, or how do you connect the SSDs? PCI Express, yeah.
let me check, let me check. Because it is not in my house, okay? It's on a data center.
Oh, okay. Even
So,
better. So
yes, yeah,
it's cooled.
yeah,
It's climate controlled. It's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty good.
exactly. It's in Canada. I'm in Portugal.
No way.
Yeah,
So I
it's a
guess
long distance.
I guess now with CDN, it's it really your server might as well be in your room because the latency is
Mhm.
almost nothing, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like I get 90, 80 ms. It's not a lot.
There you go.
Um, but I'm about to improve it. So I'm going to move it from Canada to the US.
Okay.
Um,
Why
yeah,
is
because
is it price or
what?
reliability? What's the reason?
Better network,
Okay.
better network for
Yeah.
worldwide. Yeah.
Yeah,
So let me check.
yeah, what I like with these data centers for worldwide low latency, they with their data centers they use things like what is it, Cloudflare, or they might even have their own sort of data centers. So if somebody's accessing your server, let's say in Ireland, so they're not going to ping the
Yeah.
server in Canada right now or in Seattle. They're going to ping the closest way station to them. That way the latency is
Yeah,
minimized. And even if they have
interesting.
if they have a data center, you say you're in Portugal, if they have a data center in Portugal, then, you know,
Hmm.
it's even better.
Yeah.
So is that costing you a lot? How much is that costing you on a monthly basis? Or
Yeah, so this server, I could use it for deployments as well. Um, it's costing me somewhere around 50 bucks a month.
okay, that's pretty good.
But it's not a lot. It's not a lot.
No, with the specs, these are pretty good specs
Yeah,
for that
yeah,
price.
check it out. So it's 32 GB RAM ECC.
Hmm.
So and for the disk we have two SSDs
Right.
and VMEs, soft RAID, 45 GB, for 150 GB each.
Nice.
And then we have an Intel Xeon for the CPU. That's
Okay.
not that great, but it handles everything, and it's for
Right.
development.
Right. Exactly. Because you're not scaling to hundreds of thousands or millions of users. So
Exactly.
that's good. So are you a developer full time, freelance, or you work for a company? What do you do?
No, I'm a marketeer. I'm not a developer. I'm a marketeer.
Okay.
I'm just learning. I'm just learning it on the side, you know.
Okay. Well, that's good because it's another tool in your tool bag and something you could leverage your skills as a marketer to do certain things.
Oh yeah,
Especially now with AI, there's so much you can do, bro.
bro. It's getting scary, man. Even for VSLs, you can use VO3 now. Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, but it's scary good though because here's the thing: because a lot of people are scared of AI. So,
Yeah, yeah, it's very good.
it's just a tool. Just use
Mhm.
the tool to help you do good shit, and that's all you gotta. That's how you gotta look at it. You know what I mean?
I'm not scared about that. I'm more scared about the whole changes that are happening in the market in the short term.
Yeah.
There's a lot. It's changing a lot, and people are not. They're not noticing it, but it is changing a lot. The trends are going to change. Everything is going to change in marketing and
Yep.
in development as well. So everything is changing literally.
Absolutely. Because even I read a report a couple of days ago. It talks about Google, right? Google search for the first time in forever. There's a 90% drop in Google searches, and that was
Yeah.
a couple of days ago. People don't even use Google for as a search engine anymore. Because right now, you need an answer, go to ChatGPT, go to Perplexity, or any of these. Um,
It's not even that. It's not even that. So look. Google launched their own competition. They launched Gemini.
yes.
Okay? And the thing is, Gemini have this feature called deep research.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're Googling about a certain subject that you want to study, it's not just like something that you will just open a tab and read it. No, it's something that it will require you to open maybe 50 tabs, 100 tabs to study the subject.
Yep.
So what people are doing instead is they're going to Gemini, deep research, and it automatically crawls over these hundreds and hundreds of pages and builds you a whole Google document with
Yep.
those, a whole study.
Yeah. And that's a game changer. And I don't know if you have access to Manus AI. Manus AI has
Yeah.
you've used it, yeah?
No, I haven't used it, but I know about it.
Yeah, it's. I got access. I got early access, but a few months ago when they first launched it, and it's just phenomenal. Just the things that you could do. Just a few short months prior to that, it was virtually impossible. Of course, now Gemini, you have Perplexity, you have even DeepSeek research, you have research and deep research, again within DeepSeek. It's just phenomenal. To you, like you said, you don't have to open 20,000 tabs just to do a simple
Mhm.
research. Now everything is aggregated and it's presented to you in a way
Yeah.
that's digestible. And even now with Manus AI, once it aggregates all your research information, there's an option to create a website for you that contains that information in different pages and different whatever format you want. And it's just, you know, and it's just phenomenal.
Do you know why I'm betting? I'm strongly betting on Google being going to dominate this whole AI thing.
You think
Do you
so?
know why?
Why?
Yeah. It doesn't take a lot of thinking to think about it. Look at this. So who owns YouTube?
Alphabet.
Google.
Yeah, Alphabet,
Yeah,
which is Google,
Google.
Alphabet, and all
Exactly.
the other companies,
So
right?
what is stopping them, for example, of course they used YouTube data to train VO3. That's why they have the audio, the cool images and everything. VO3.
True.
Now the thing is, a lot of things that the other AIs will never have access, Google has. For example, where do you host your Google Docs, your Google Sheets, your emails,
Yeah.
your presentations, every single thing?
Yep.
Google.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
if they
that's
want, they can train with that data, and they will dominate. And the other AIs can't handle it because they don't have access to it.
that is you
Google,
1000% correct. Yeah, they do have the data. They have the most data out of any of these
yeah,
even
even
OpenAI.
chat,
Yeah.
even chats. They have the Google Meet, for example.
Yes.
They have the whole emails, so you can create a whole new agent to write emails for you because it knows how to write emails
Yeah, and you can
based
tell
on
it.
user.
Yeah, you can tell it basically write it in my own style, and you can
Exactly.
give it access to your inbox, and you say, "Here's my
Mhm.
inbox. Okay, look at my emails, right? And then I want you to craft emails from this point forward in my style." And it'll sound just like you. It'll read just like you because it knows there are certain words, you can, especially for instance, if you have a friend, right, that you always communicate with, you know how that friend messages you, right? You know the style. There are certain words your friends will never use, right? So if somebody else try to email you or message you pretending to be that friend, you was like, nah, he doesn't write like that. But then
Exactly.
with the proper training, and once you train the LLM, it'll be able to mimic your style of writing
Mhm.
100%.
And the thing is, you don't, as a user, if Google do things right, you won't actually need to train the AI to act like you because it will have access to your previous emails.
That's true. Yeah, but
So if you use
of course now,
everything.
because of privacy concerns, they will
Ah,
they will,
yeah,
you know what I mean? They
a lot
won't.
of the stuff, yeah, but a lot of the stuff they do under the table, so no one even knows that they're using your data to train the AI, and most probably will never discover because I mean, they own everything.
Yeah,
They own the data centers, so you can't prove that they're using it or not. They own
exactly.
everything.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, even I mean they've always used our data to train
Mhm.
the LLM. But are they going to admit it outright? Because they will open themselves up to litigation, to a lot of lawsuits. Because, especially, I mean,
If
you're in the European Union, and you know how strict the EU is. Uh, that alone would bankrupt them if if the EU decides to, let's say, sue any company for that matter, whether it's Google or Apple. I mean, Apple had to pay a lot of money at some point, millions,
but think
multi-million
about it.
dollars, right?
But, but think about it. Would uh, EU bankrupt Google or Google bankrupt EU?
Ah, a good question.
Think about it. Think about it.
Yeah,
Because it's a whole shift in humanity. People want to use AI. It
yeah.
is a thing already. You can stop it.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's unstoppable at this point. It's
You can't regulate it as well. You
yeah.
can't.
Well,
If
you
you
can.
regulate it, you'll be behind in the race.
Yeah, they can try, and one of the perfect examples, by trying to regulate an industry and you fall behind. I don't know if you've used any DJI products, like for instance the Mavic, the DJI Mavic Pro.
No,
The Have you used any of their drones and stuff like that?
no, I'm not using it now, but I plan to buy some.
Okay, so here's the
Yeah,
thing, right? The
yeah.
my first DJI product. Do you know what it was?
What?
It was a kit. Okay, it was
Mhm.
basically you could buy. There was this exoskeleton that was made out of really flimsy circuit board material, X shape, where you buy the motors, okay, the brushless motors, and they send you some cheap propellers. It's basically a kit you assemble yourself. Okay, and you build a drone, and usually what ends up happening, you only fly this thing once and it crashes, and that's it. You got to buy another one. So that was my first DJI product. Okay, once DJI started gaining a lot of traction, building the first version, the first DJI, not the Mavic, but the bigger versions, right? I ended up buying version V1, and there were so many problems. But then what did the US do? The US started over regulating. America started over regulating the industry. Because I remember when first started flying the first DJI, if I would take this thing out, I go to the park or next to the river, start to fly, I would have a crowd around me. Know what I mean? I'd have
Mhm.
a crowd around me, and people asking, so what is that? Where did you get it? How much does it cost? Is it hard to fly? How far can it go? That type of stuff. And then of course now the US started to crack down. All of a sudden you couldn't fly in certain places. You needed a license. You needed to do this. So a lot of manufacturers started basically trying to enter the market in the States. And then the
Yeah.
restrictions were so freaking stringent, a lot of them went out of business. It's not worth it anymore. That means you can't sell drones to people to go and fly. So what ended up happening? China doubled down. China says, you know what? Boom, go, build. And then DJI started dominating the market. To this day, DJI now, they're actually building some of the components for the Chinese military. So they're doing really high level stuff for in agriculture and landscape, soil mapping, a bunch of different technologies. That's because they,
Mhm.
again, to make the parallel between how overregulation killed an industry in America and it flourished. in China, and it's the same thing. If the EU try to stifle and overregulate AI, they're going to be left behind. So you're going to have to move to somewhere else where it's wide open.
Exactly. And and so if it's what, like I was saying, if EU tries to regulate AI, I mean, they cannot regulate creativity. They cannot regulate what you draw. They
True.
cannot regulate that. How would they regulate your creativity?
Oh, they can. Yeah,
What
they.
you
No, they can't.
it's impossible. So it's not even measurable. They can actually regulate the AIs, for example, saying, "Oh, you don't sell this to individuals. You now sell this to businesses,"
Yeah.
for example. But I don't think they would do it, because we've been living with AI. AI is not new. We've been living with it since we were born. For example, YouTube uses AI.
Yep.
Or,
Hmm.
for you to see the feeds and everything that is suggested to you, that's AI.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
So
That
AI is,
even if you go to eBay or Amazon, they're all using AI. But even there's a more insidious way that AI was used that we didn't even pay attention to it. And to this day, you could still see it on certain sites. Captchas. Remember captcha?
oh yeah,
You know,
yeah.
when you see, okay, before you log into this page, select all the bicycles, all the fire hydrants, or the stairs, or whatever. This was
Yeah, it tracks
all
your mouse movement and
e-
everything.
exactly. So you training an LLM to actually recognize, okay, you're reinforcing the learning process of AI to say, okay, these are fire hydrants. These are,
Yeah.
and the reason, the way they put them on those little tiles. So even right now, if you show the AI one corner, right, of a fire hydrant, it will recognize it because it recognizes the pattern that you trained it with. So it doesn't necessarily need to see the full picture to recognize that this is a flower. You can show it a petal, and it'll understand it. And it's the same thing that we've been doing since forever. So captures a way we were training the LLM for free.
Exactly.
and
Exactly.
and of course, now OpenAI. I don't know if you followed the whole DeepSeek thing where they accuse the DeepSeek developers of training their model on their LLM.
Mhm.
And now these guys said, "Well, how did you train your LLM? You stole data as well. So what's the problem?" So basically,
Exactly.
you know what I mean? A thief crying thief because another thief stole from. Come on.
So what I think is, and by the way, you have, for example, TikTok,
Hmm.
who could map your entire personality, your entire persona in 3 minutes. It will map out and start suggesting stuff that you actually like.
Really, I don't really use
That,
TikTok that much, but
yeah,
really, I
that's
wasn't aware of that. Have you experienced that?
in 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, you create your account, you start scrolling, and by the time you spend on each video, on each short, by the movements you do with your fingers, interactions you have, every single thing, it will map out your entire persona. So it can actually recommend stuff that you will actually be stuck in the screen.
Yo,
Yeah, 3 minutes. It's all it takes.
that's that's next level. Because if you take into consideration what it took Google to create a profile on your Facebook, it would take months, years to build a profile on you, and
But for
now.
example,
Hmm.
it's not something that it will take years. It's actually way faster than that.
Hmm.
But the thing is, humans adapt. They change their behaviors. They change what they like, what they don't like. So the AI is constantly adapting to your new persona.
Right.
You know, that's why when you start searching about something else, you'll start to see more about that. When you talk
True.
about something, you'll see
Right.
it on the feed.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely, absolutely, and it's also, and we've actually um, we've put it to the test, right? Where
Mhm.
we have let's say I'm with a group of friends or with my girlfriend, right? And we sitting there and we talk about something, right? And as soon
Mhm.
as we pick up our phones, we start scrolling, whether we're on Instagram or whether we're on the Google
You won't
feed.
see it.
Yeah, right away we start seeing advertisement for what we were talking about. And
Yeah.
how do they know that? Because our microphones are always on. Because
And the best thing is,
yeah,
yeah, and the best thing is they set up traps. Traps in a way, not in a bad way, but like the content that you see, not every content that you see, you'll see, okay, I don't actually know what this is. I don't actually like or dislike this. This is just random to me. Do you know why they do that?
why?
To test it. So they can try
Oh,
to implement a new thing that you like. When you click on it, they will start pushing it more.
it's
So
the
they
A.
test it. They constantly be testing
Okay,
it.
so it's
Yeah.
the A/B testing, and also one thing that I realize when I'm scrolling on YouTube as well, once in a while you start seeing okay, new to you, and once you click that, it'll sort of shift. It's almost like a parallel, um, a profile of your sort of like testing what you would be interested in besides what you're usually, because if you right now, if you go on my YouTube, you'll see a bunch of
Mhm.
LLM, AI, vibe coding, this and that, and then you'll see a little bit of politics here and there. But
Yeah.
most of the time, you'll see a bunch of AI stuff, right? Startup stuff, and once in a while, they'll tell me new to you, and once you click that button, and I don't see anything that I'm used to anymore, right? So then they start showing
Mhm.
me new stuff. I guess, like you said, to test and see whether I like this or not. And sometimes they will show me a video. They say, "What did you think of this video?" And I didn't even watch the video. Then I would just whether
Yeah.
ignore it, and I give it a 1 star. That way, don't show it to me anymore. That type of stuff.
Because at the end of the day, their business is ads. They make money with ads. They don't make money with anything else. Maybe they make money with cloud, with subscriptions and everything, but the majority is in ads.
Yep.
So they need you to be in the screen, to to spend as much time as possible in the screen.
True.
That's why they push stuff that you like. It's not to please you, but it's to make you to stare it for hours.
Yeah, exactly. It's not because they like you, okay? It's because they need
Yeah.
eyeballs. They want to make sure to get these ad revenues, And of course, their biggest spenders, right? You have the multinationals like the Coca-Colas, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
The Fords, the Teslas, the big companies, the Amazons, the one that spend a lot of money. But also there's a lot of let's say not really Fortune 500 companies, but companies who are spending a lot of money. There were a lot of
Yeah.
medium-sized companies that are spending $100,000 a month on ad revenue. That's a lot of money. So that's why Alphabet, YouTube, Google, that's why they're worth that much, because people, the money that used to be spent on advertising on radio and or terrestrial television, those markets are practically dead. So now
Yeah.
what are the biggest markets now? You have Meta, right? So Facebook, Instagram, um, WhatsApp, because that belongs to them. And what else? What's the other one that's attached to Instagram? Do you
That's
remember? Do you remember which one I'm talking about? It's what is it called? It started, it gained a lot of followers, and it kind of died down a little bit. But
it's threads.
let me find out. Threads, yes, Threads. That's the one. So these are oh, also let's not forget LinkedIn, because LinkedIn also is a huge,
Oh, yes, it is strong. It is strong.
yeah, very strong. But
But what?
also the cost per click is way lower than Meta
Mhm.
or
But
Google.
actually, but actually, so that's the thing. I'm a marketer. I do this for a living.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see paid ads um, as other people see it. They say, okay, paid ads will leverage the numbers, my business will skyrocket my numbers and everything. I don't see it as that. I see everything as a segmentation of people that you could market it to.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, people don't like to watch ads. So if you pay, let's say you have um, an average PPM of $18,
Mm-hmm.
let's say on Facebook. How many of those people will not see your ad because they're using ad blockers?
Mm-hmm.
You see? How many
Yeah.
of them, when the ads are playing, they will just, I don't know, open a new tab and watch a video at the same time or something else, or just
Right.
ignore it? How many of them won't even notice it? You
True.
see, how many of them will just get annoyed by it and mark it as spam or something else? Or not even mark it, but just get annoyed.
Yeah. No, no,
So I
yeah,
don't see
you're absolutely
that.
right.
I don't see that as a main source of traffic. So what I see as a main source of traffic, you have better segmentations. For example, instead of using Facebook ads, what other segmentations you could use on Facebook? Facebook pages. So you
Mm-hmm.
could do a partnership with a page that people that you want to be your audience, that your audience follows.
Right.
So if your audience is in this page, it makes complete sense for you to publish that. Not you, but you make something like a partnership with the admins. They'll post it, they will suggest your app or something, because a
Gotcha.
referral is way heavier than an ad,
Yeah,
because
that is
people,
true. That is true.
yeah, people ignore ads. People get annoyed by ads, but people do not ignore and not get annoyed by someone recommending you something.
No, that's absolutely true because, for
And the numbers
instance,
are amazing.
yeah, and I always use this example as well. If a friend of mine, right, came up to me and says, "Hey, dude, listen, I went to this place last weekend. The steak was amazing. You got to go and try it." I'm more likely to go and try that place than if I'm scrolling, on Instagram or TikTok and I see an ad for
Exactly.
that place and I'm gonna go eat it. I have no
Exactly.
exactly I have no reference. Okay, the picture might look good. And also, you don't really sell to people. You basically there to facilitate. If I had no intention of buying a car, it doesn't matter how many times you're gonna show me an ad for that car, I'm not gonna freaking buy it. I'm only gonna buy it if I was already in the market for a car within your car happens to be what I was looking for within the price range within the parameters that I put forward. So at the end of the day, you're absolutely right. But then, if how scalable is your formula? Let's say you
No,
partner,
it's way more scalable than ads.
for real, and
That's the thing.
is it going to
Yeah,
cost
that's
less
the
than,
thing.
let's say, to set
Because
up
it
to
is.
set up an ad campaign?
Yeah. Yeah, it's considered organic because you don't pay it beforehand. You pay it after seeing the results. So it is, and at the end of the day, if you look at it, what you do with Facebook is also partnership. You pay them and they give you an audience. That's it.
True.
That's a partnership.
Yeah.
And what you're doing with these pages, and not just pages, but also blogs, subreddits, YouTube channels, Instagram profiles, TikTok profiles,
Mm-hmm.
newsletters, websites, forums, every single thing, apps, is you do the same thing, but you already know that they have the right audience and that your audience spends time in there.
Right. So how do you approach it? Do you do like a revenue share
So it's like
or?
an ad. So think about it. It's like an ad,
Hmm.
but that is permanently where your audience is. It's not like going on bids to randomly see which business is paying more to show it to these random users that are using ad blockers.
Right, that is true because then also if you let's say have a partnership or you do a
Mhm.
deal with a Instagram influencer and they're only going to post on their, let's say, their stories or their wall for
Exactly.
24 hours or 48 hours and after that it's gone, right?
Hmm.
But now,
Exactly.
if you make a
So
deal with these pages, let's say on Facebook, do you make the same deal? You say make it permanent, or do you do it for 48 hours or 3 days or whatnot? How does it work?
So that is actually a whole strategy that you can use. I like to call it the three keys of traffic, of nowadays traffic.
Right.
So you have referrals, you have affiliates, and you have partners.
Hmm.
With those three, you can scale anything. And you won't need to post about it. You won't need to scale from the ground. You will have instantly a huge audience if you do it right. Referrals, affiliates, partners. What are referrals? Referrals, they are your visitors, people that go, use your app, use a website, use your product, and recommend to their relatives, friends, anyone.
Right.
Affiliates, they are the ones that are money motivated, so they will sell your app, they will promote it just like ambassadors almost,
Yep.
but they're not partners, it's different. Partners, they are people that already have your audience segmented. So you can
Mm.
just take advantage of it, take advantage of their success, and split the rewards. So we get 50, you get 50.
Right. So you don't have to pay them up front. You basically pay on the back end.
Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
which is the best way possible, because once you set up a campaign, let's say on Facebook ads, the clock is ticking. So the minute you launch your ad, you
It's
can
until you have budget. When
yeah
you don't have budget anymore,
that's it.
you lose it.
Yeah, it's off. Yeah.
Exactly. And these are
Okay.
perpetual. Once they post one time, the post will always be there.
That's amazing. So give me a second. So you're on Facebook now, right?
Hmm.
Right. So we're giving a lot of sauce for free right now. So you guys who are listening, okay. So this is an impromptu. We didn't actually plan on talking. Gabriel just uh, dropped into the Discord, and what you're hearing right now is basically my candid conversation with Gabriel about marketing. And in fact, marketing is about to change in a major way now, especially with if you follow the conversation, what we've been talking about how AI, for instance, Google search is down by 90%. Now people are using Gemini, where your results of a search, instead of having 20,000 tabs, now you have a nicely aggregated result that's presented to you in a manner that's digestible, which is amazing. And this is where we're going, guys. So now when it comes to marketing, what Gabriel is talking about, really, I think it's the wave of the future, because if you have $10,000 a month for as marketing budget, or $100,000 a month marketing budget, this doesn't concern you. But if you're bootstrapping and you want to get in front of people, you want eyeballs, you don't have deep pockets, and you're bootstrapping, this is the way to go, because otherwise you're just going to be skinned alive. And any product,
Exactly.
you know what I mean? So any product that you have right now, without any marketing, you might as well just be invisible. You might as well just bury it. Okay, just dig a hole, dump your computer in there, and then put yourself in there as well if you so choose, because nobody's going to see it, nobody's going to hear about it. And I think Gabriel is given a lot of sauce right now. So listen carefully. So let's get back to Gabriel. So keep
We are
on.
running an entire podcast now.
Exactly. So this is a free consultation, guys. So listen up. So yeah, what were you saying, Gabriel?
But yeah, for example, a cool thing that I do for, let's say that I want to launch a new product, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would I do? First of all, I will research as much competitors as possible and put them on a spreadsheet. Why
Mm-hmm.
is that? Because I can, in the future, turn my competitors into partners.
Mm.
You see?
Okay.
So better than a competitor is a partner. And you see that in a lot in the market. You see a lot of duopolies, a lot of, for example, you have two brands dominating a single market. Those are partners. They don't seem like it. They seem like competitors, but they are partners at the end of the day.
Right.
And these are, and not just imagine that you, for example, what we do is we track the growth of them. So we track their social media profiles, we track their website that visits, every single thing. So imagine that they have a peak of growth in a certain day. We will notice it and we'll investigate it, how they did it, so we can learn it as well. You see? So we don't need to be there constantly brainstorming new ideas. No, we just see what is working by the data we have. The data is public. You just need to gather it together on a spreadsheet.
Right. So do
And
you?
then I also do this. Yeah, I can actually show you. Let me show you. I
Yeah,
can screen
please. Yeah,
share.
please do. So while you do that, is it also possible to have to create
Mhm.
a system, like for instance an AI, that will do that for you automatically, where you plug in
Oh,
your competitors, then it aggregates all this information for you instead of
yeah.
doing it in a spreadsheet. Would that be a good idea?
Yes. Hmm. An
Okay,
amazing idea.
I could put something like that together.
Look at this. I'm going to screen share.
Okay.
Uh, fuck, hold on. Okay. Yeah, you see my screen now?
Yep, I see it.
This. So this was a tracking that we did for a language learning platform. We did this last year,
Mm-hmm.
and we did a 2 weeks tracking. We could keep it tracking. We have it tracking on Google Lookers, so we now have it on a database and not on Google Sheets.
Right.
And this was last year. So we tracked the entire market of Discord servers. So these are all Discord communities,
Whoa.
because this is the audience you want. As a language learning platform, you want people that are in learning languages, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So look at this. Just on this list, 87 possible partners, you have 2.4 million people.
Whoa.
You have access to 2.4 million people. And the crazy thing is, for this specific app, this is outdated by the way, but for this specific app, we close a partnership with these guys here. And they
Nice.
have 179,000 members. That means that you'll reach 179 possible clients.
That is amazing. So even if you convert, 10% or even 5%, that's a lot of clients.
Oh, yeah. And we actually have a conversion rate here. So it's 13 million a month
Whoa. Okay.
of US
See.
dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, yeah, I was underestimating the conversion rate.
So this here is multiplied by 87 with a realistic conversion rate, multiplied by the pricing they have.
Right.
And if you do that for 2.4 million members, that will be 13 million. And we know that not from those 2.4 million, not everyone will subscribe, not even 10% of them.
Right.
You see? So we have a here, I think it is a 0.1%
Mm-hmm.
of conversion rate.
Okay.
That's a
So
lot.
that's still a lot. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And that's pessimistic as well, because what they have here is they have a great offer. So, and look at this. None of these guys, there was a huge problem with these guys. Can you guess it?
No. Tell me, what was the main sticking point or
So
the
they
problem?
have these huge lists of members,
Mm-hmm.
but they are not monetizing it.
Oh, okay. So these are freemium, like free users, right?
Exactly. And if they monetize, they're not doing it the right way. So you, as a brand, you could position yourself on a way that you can offer them a way to monetize their audience.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine that you're doing a language learning app and you do a deal with these guys. Oh, promote us. I'll give you this specific link. And from everyone that joins through your link, for everything they buy, you'll get
You get a percentage.
15%, 20%, 30%,
Yeah,
whatever.
they're not gonna say no because right now
Exactly. They're not
they're not
making money.
monetizing at all.
You are actually helping them.
Yeah, definitely.
And you can say, "Oh, we handle the conversion. You guys don't need to do anything. You guys just need to promote us. We handle the conversion. And if you need teachers, we can also provide you teachers to create some live events weekly on your community." Great.
Mm.
Let's say no
So,
to that.
so let me ask you, Gabriel, are you doing this at the moment, or this is just something that you just as a side
No, no,
project?
no. I'm doing this. I'm
Oh,
doing this at the moment. This is a project that we started 7 months ago,
mm-hmm.
and we're still working on it.
Okay,
So the amount of partnerships to close, for example, this was the first week.
right.
At the time we created this table, at the time that we started doing this research, we didn't have a product.
Wow,
So we closed partnerships and everything, even without a product yet.
awesome. Yeah, that's the best way, actually, right?
Now imagine, we
Mm, so,
got 200,000 leads in the first week without a
ooh,
product, without content, without ads.
yo, that is priceless. I mean, it would have cost you an arm and a leg to get that much, to build that much
Exactly.
of a database. That's crazy.
Hold on, give me a minute, someone is calling me.
No problem. Well, all right, guys, as you're listening to the live, just remember, drop us a like, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. We are on track to 500 subscribers, so we are building in public. All right. So this is my startup journey. So I've built 20 projects. Okay, that's 20, actually more like 25, but 20 that are in a state where I could demo them. You know, they're in MVP status, where I could actually showcase these products. So basically, we are positioned to launch a lot of products and also sell a lot of products, because out of these 20 products that I deem viable, I'm not going to be able to launch all of them myself. So some of them are going to be up for sale. I'm going to put them on the marketplace at some point to sell them. And some of them I'm going to launch myself. And as you're hearing from Gabriel, who was a marketing, was a strategist, who was a marketer, there are definitely ways that I'm going to market these products to position myself, whether to grow any of these SaaS products and possibly, get an exit, with a, six figure or seven figure or eight figure or whatnot. But with that, I need to be strategic about, my market research. My marketing has to be on point because, like I said, if I'm if these products are out there and then nobody knows about them, I might as well be invisible. So it's doubly important to position myself in a way that I can get these products out there in front of people and make sure that we are uh, at least uh, we recoup some of the mind you, I'm bootstrapping all these projects, so make sure when we go to market, we have a client base. We can sell products, we can sell memberships, we can sell subscriptions and whatnot. And as long as we're profitable, we can grow from there through organic marketing, because right now all I've been doing was basically um, building. Now the process to start selling and marketing begins. Although I've already had a few uh, people interested in a couple of these products, but then the journey continues. So once again, like the stream, subscribe if you haven't done so, and we're here. So again, remember the Discord's wide open right now. Gabriel's in the room, so we're having a quick discussion on marketing and stuff like that. And also remember, there's a new thing out there called vibe marketing as well. So there's vibe coding and there's vibe marketing. So if you want to get into the game, this is the time to get in the game. Either vibe coding or vibe marketing. Go ahead. We're here. I don't know if Nevermind is still in the chat. Never mind if you're here, if you're still listening. Jump on the Discord. You asked me a question. I asked you another question, but you didn't actually answer. So, and I saw you find something quite amusing. So there's a couple of laughing emojis. So jump on the Discord, brother. So speak your mind. Tell me what you're thinking about. Tell me what's up. Discord's wide open. So let me. Here's a QR code, or the link is in the description. So drop by if you want to have a quick chat. Drop in. We're here.
I'm back. Yeah, sounds good. Are you live on Facebook as well? I was watching it on YouTube. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I just solved the problem. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Bro, it's not like a must have. I mean, if you have it, is good, but it's like everything. As many sources as possible you have of traffic, the better it will be. So nothing is a must have, but at the same time, everything is a must have because marketing is being everywhere. But it's not a thing that, oh, I'm obligated to use LinkedIn. No, you're not. You can get tons of traffic without LinkedIn, but you can also get more traffic if you use LinkedIn. So it's not, not, not really. Yeah, yeah. So LinkedIn was designed for businesses, but at the end of the day, who is that? People are there, right? And people buy. So it can be B2C as well. It's just a matter of segmentation. You find where the segments are of your audience. We were talking about Docker. So you know how Docker works like a big ship with a lot of containers? So that's how you should treat marketing. So you don't go person by person, but you go audience by audience. So instead of grabbing one by one, you grab an entire 1,000 leads. Straightforward. And that's impossible if you do, for example, the quote unquote organic that people call it when you post on social media, just post on social media. That doesn't work. It worked in the beginning and everything, but it doesn't work anymore. I mean, it kind of depends on what you consider working. I see it, for example, as like imagine that you're starving, right? That you've been a week without eating. If you eat a small piece of bread, it will look like it's a lot, right? Now, if you eat every day and you see a small piece of bread, you'll say, "Oh, this is nothing." Exactly. So that's the same thing. I see it, and yeah, exactly, exactly. Hmm. Exactly. Yeah, but the thing is, mhm, mhm, mhm. Yeah, yeah. So I'll tell you why people think that you need to be constantly posting, being consistent, that you suddenly will hit the jackpot and get big numbers. It doesn't work like that. Back then, it worked. Why? So if we go to 2010, 2011, when Instagram was created, the beginning of Facebook as well, the beginning of everything, there weren't as many segments as today. There weren't as many audiences as today. So the traffic was being generated. It didn't existed. It was being generated. So there was nothing to grab yet. So people actually needed to post so people could find them and everything. But nowadays, if you launch a new company, if you launch a new product, the traffic already exists. The people are already segmented somewhere else. You don't need to generate again from the ground because that traffic already exists. Exactly. Exactly. That's how you can go from zero to viral in a week or less. When I told you about the 200,000 leads that we got in a week without ads, without content, you see, that's what they call viral, going viral. Um, but yeah, man, marketing is not just about communication. People think, okay, I'm posting, so I'm communicating my brand. That's not marketing. I mean, if you create, look at this. If you communicate alone, is that marketing? If you talk to a mirror, to yourself, trying to sell you a product, is that marketing? It's not. Yeah, it's not. So when you create a new social media account and you have 0 followers and you try to rely on algorithm with a huge competition, so much stuff happening, trying to rely on keywords and everything, most probably you'll get 10 viewers in the first week. That's it. That won't give you a lot of leverage. But then, for example, when you start understanding the game, that the traffic already exists and you start directing it, the whole game changes. So now you're not focusing creating content to grow, but you're focusing creating content to receive. It's different. So you're not trying to get exposure on your content, but you're trying to communicate your content to the traffic that is being sent to you by the other audiences that you close. So when they reach your social media, you're closing them. So you're focusing on the conversion and not on the traffic. Mhm. Exactly. 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 Or is either you focus on growth and you do content for growth, which doesn't work, or you do content to convert the traffic that you're aiming, targeting to your social. See? Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Because the growth part, you outsourced it. Because it doesn't make sense. People will call you dumb if you go to the street and you start screaming your name, right? Same thing. So instead of you just go alone to the streets screaming your name, just make a whole audience to scream your name instead. You see? So now it's not crazy, but it's not craziness, but it's a whole manifestation happening. It's your brand being loud by not your brand talking about itself, but by the people talking about your brand. That's how Facebook grows. For example, exactly, exactly, exactly on point. So that's why I said you need three. These have three pillars. It's the referrals, the affiliates, and the partners, because it englobes everything that can happen. So, for example, referrals. What is referrals? Imagine that 10 people visit your page, right? And they share it. Each person that visited your page, they share it with 10 people. So now you have 100 people in your website, and each one share with another 10 people. You see, that will multiply. Man, multiplies, snowball, you're going viral now. And that's just with the referrals. And then you have the affiliates who are spamming the socials with your content. And then you have the partners who are where your ICP is hanging out digitally and physically. And that's marketing. That is marketing. Now, yeah, mhm. Yeah. And the best thing out of it is that you won't be obligated to create 5 shorts a week, 3 posts a week. You won't be obligated for that because you don't need you are actually so the content is being generated by someone else, not by you. The growth is being generated by you strategically, but by others who are targeting you. Mhm. Yeah, exactly. Mhm. Yes. Mhm. Yeah, mhm. 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 Exactly. So I'll tell you a huge thing that is happening in affiliate marketing currently is a lot of brands, they just launched a program and they have no strategy. Okay? They don't teach the affiliates on how they want to keep the style of the content. They don't give them the brand assets. There is no strategy at all. A lot of affiliates they just join and they don't even know what affiliate marketing is. They just try to rely on luck and just post. So they will just be spamming and creating content without any value at all. Exactly. Mhm. And why, for example, Facebook and YouTube flag this type of stuff? Because it is spam. If it doesn't have any value, and if people get annoyed by it, it's spam because it goes against the TOS. So basically, summarizing every single thing in the TOS, how do these companies run? They run by keeping the users, for example, Facebook runs by keeping their users engaged and with full of dopamine so they can keep using the app, right? Now, if you put a lot of spam in there, it will affect the user experience and these users will go out. So that's why they have this type of TOS. So if you don't affect the user experience, you're good. 90% of the times you're good. If you're not selling weapons or nothing else, you're good. Hmm. Yeah. And they'll get, and they'll get rid of you. And the craziest thing is they'll say, okay, so this type of content, a lot of people are creating this type of content with the same patterns. So let's block the entire pattern. Let's kill the snake by the heads, or the tree by the roots, whatever. Let's kill it. So that's why the entire affiliate programs will die there. They will die just that. Yeah, exactly. And then, for example, even with Gmail, the email providers, if you see a lot of people who are doing mass emails, so they just send thousands of emails daily, and they even try to create multiple accounts to send even more thousands emails daily, because they know they get banned, so they buy multiple IP addresses, multiple inboxes, and everything, so they can keep sending even more emails daily. They know that that goes against the TOS because of a simple fact. It goes against the user experience. No one likes it. No one likes spam in their email. And that's why it is heavily protected. They have heavy rules against it, and they always try to block it. So why do people, instead of trying to bypass this, they don't just build something genuine that can scale? But that's not really a shortcut. Imagine this. Imagine that you're launching a product, right? And you send, let's say, 20,000 emails to 20,000 people. Okay. The thing is, you actually killed 19,000, 99% of those people. Yes, some of them bought. Some of them went to the website. Some of them took action. But you killed most of them, and you will never recover, because most of them, they muted you, they reported you, or they just deleted it, and you'll never recover them because you annoy them. Now, if you do things right, and instead of sending thousands of emails daily to close 5 or 10 deals a day, you could be sending 50 emails a day, heavily customized. So you'll study each business that you're sending the email to, and you can also automate it somehow. But this way, you will actually be able to close more deals, because, first of all, you're not going against the TOS, so that you'll not get blocked by the email provider. And then it's pleasant, like it's not spam, and you're not killing them. And you send it, okay, they deleted the email, it didn't convert it, but you can send it again in a week. It's not spam. Yeah. Yeah. So the amount of emails that you send a day, a week, a month, it doesn't mean the amount of money that you'll receive out of it. Doesn't relate. Doesn't relate. The lose and lose because you're losing clients. Imagine that a client didn't like it, so it's not even algorithms anymore. It's not even TOS anymore. It's just the possible client that didn't like the way you approach them. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. You need to- Let's do this. Yeah, let's do this. And then you send another email a week later and they'll say, oh fuck, this shitty business again. Yeah. And imagine even though that you're sending thousands of emails a day. Okay, what are these emails? Where you got them? If you got them somewhere, and you're sending thousands of emails a day, you see, okay, these people that you're sending the email to, they are receiving a lot of spam as well, not just yours. If you bought it from a list, other people bought it as well. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. I see. Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah, yeah. Like raffles, raffles. What are you doing? I'm getting scammed. Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure. Even automatedly, instantly. Mm. Yeah. And there are two types of actions, three types of actions that these businesses do. So if they see that they are starting to receive a lot of spam, they would just say, okay, guys, call the IT guy. Let's build rules in our email so it just auto cleans itself. So they build a white, yeah, so they build like a whitelist of emails that they want to receive. Um, that's, for example, clients' emails and stuff. So when you send, you're just wasting money because they won't even see it. It will go directly to the bin. Mhm. Yeah. And second action, you have, guys, call the IT guy. Let's create another email. Yeah, 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 exactly. Mhm. And then there is the third action, which is, oh, let's mark everything as spam and delete. Simple as that. So that's why when you send thousands of emails a day and you see like a 5% open rate, 7% open rate, is because they are not even receiving it, most of them. So you're just wasting money. You're just wasting money. And if you compare to manually or semi-automated, so you actually own the list, you created it and every single thing, there are opt-ins and everything, you'll go from 5 to 10 open rate to 17%, 80%. And then you have, for example, what it was like 5% closing rate or something, or 2% or even less. Most of them are under 1%. You'll have like 20%, 40%. Crazy numbers. Yes. Yeah, yeah, you want to make a lot of money? Just do this. Buy a lot of lists, create a software who automatically, for example, blacklist emails, block spam emails, and just promote it to those in that list. So you're saving them. Oh, have you been receiving a lot of unsolicited emails lately? It's because, just like me, people bought your email from a list. I don't think so, because a lot of people, they think about how let's heavily sell this, and okay, let's heavily protect this. Let's heavily try to avoid these salesy people. So I don't think it exists, because a lot of 90% of the market is just with the eyes on let's make money. Yeah, your anti spam. Yeah, something like that. It can be an extension. It can be a plugin. It can be a software, an app, whatever. Mhm. Yeah. So what you're doing is you're decreasing the every single metric of these guys that do this. And somehow they will learn the right way to do it because you'll be forced to. It sounds fun. It sounds like a thing. Yes, yes, I'm here. Yeah, yeah. Because I wasn't saying nothing at all, so I stopped it. It's the new antivirus because no one uses antivirus anymore, I think. So for businesses, this is very valuable because they spend a lot of time trying to avoid these emails. It's just annoying. So if you give them a $5 a month solution that they can use, that's not. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. Hmm. All right. Yeah, I'll make better than that. I'll run Gemini to do already a market research on that, and I'll send you the document.
Yo, Gabriel.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, yeah, I can. Sorry, I was writing. You were
Okay.
talking to me. I
Yeah.
thought you were talking to the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, what is that? Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, yeah, we'll chat. We'll chat in private. Okay. We'll chat in private because
Uh-huh.
I'm looking for I'm looking to put to get some co-founders, and I think your skill set might be something that we'll talk in private and see what we can do. Is that cool?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's cool.
Awesome. Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Co-founders
Yeah.
for what? For this?
Well, see, there's a bigger project in the pipeline. Basically, is this your first time on the stream, Gabriel?
No, I've joined previous stream. I'm watching the stream as well. Let me send a hello. But yeah, it's not the first time.
Oh, okay. So you
Send.
kind of know a little bit. So I've built. Oh, there you go. I've built 20. I built 20 projects. Actually, more like 25, but 20 that are okay. Yeah, Gabriel's in the chat. Let me just give you a little. Boom, 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 boom. There you go.
Down
Can you hear?
Yeah.
All right. So I've built. Uh, the journey started last year in October, and the goal was to build 20 projects by the end of May this year. Okay, and I ended up building about 25 different projects. And what you're seeing right now, the omniprop, this is one of them. So there are a lot of projects that I've researched them, and I see an opportunity in the market to solve real problems, and I kind of build something around that. And there's always an AI component, because now with AI, a lot of things are possible. So some of these projects I'm going to be selling. I'm going to put on the marketplace to sell them just outright. I've already got some interest from some people for one of them is this one right here, the property managing one. There's another one for agriculture that also, in fact, a government agency is interested. It's got a seed bank management, germination, sorts of different things, soil sampling, and disease detection, all sorts of things, right? So so basically, some of these projects that I'm going to be launching myself as the startup, as Indio acquisition, um, those are going to need to be marketed properly. And then, of course, now I can't do everything by myself. Although uh, all these tools, all these SaaS products were built, using AI, but they're not production ready. They're just MVP, right? So now to transition to the next phase, now to start putting things together properly. That means proper marketing and proper, deployment. This is where
Yeah.
now I need a crack marketer, and I like your ideas. I like the way you laid it out for me, and I think if you're not I don't know what your work situation is. I don't know how busy you are with your own projects or if you have a full-time job. Then this is something we could talk about and see how we can, see how
Mhm.
we can work together.
I mean, yeah, let's discuss it about it privately later.
Yeah,
Um,
I'd
I'm
like to.
down. If it looks cool, if you have good ideas, I'm down. Why not?
eh, Yeah, definitely. Then once we sit down and have a talk, then I'll share the ideas together. I mean, I have some really dope ideas, and not just
Mm.
ideas, but products. Okay, built, and all these projects, they're just they're just sitting there. 20, there's actually 20, 25, but 20 of them are basically good to uh, to showcase. I've already done a few demos for some parties who are interested in some of these builds, because this is again the good thing about building in public, because you never know who's watching, right? So right
Yeah.
away people are paying attention. So, oh, okay, what does that do? Okay, that's interesting. Maybe something that I could use. Then I could do a demo for them. But then of course that's not scalable. But then once it's been developed, deployed properly, and then put it out there, paywall and everything, then it's just a question of driving traffic to it, build it, scale it, and maybe even uh, exit. Just, hey, somebody wants to buy it for 6 figure, 7 figure, 8 figure, whatnot. If the price is right, definitely, because I have more than 20 projects that are solid projects, vetted, you
Nice.
know, and there's already the proof is there, because some of them are actually making a lot of money. They're making over $100,000 a month, and in revenue. So I know some
Yours?
of the,
Yeah.
you know what I mean. So now it's just a question of positioning ourselves, and like you said, the some of the competitors might become partners in the process and build traffic, funnel the traffic to the space, and yeah, and we do something magical with it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, sounds cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
and just like you, I'm also surfing this early stage wave of AI
Mm-hmm.
communities.
Yep.
So I also created a web coding community. It's called Panda,
Nice.
and we run. we are running a cool series.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, for every single season, we reunite 6 different developers,
Right.
and we got together a list of app ideas that are already validated.
Nice.
So what they would do is in 2 hour session each. So each developer will have a 2 hour session daily. Each one will go live, record and everything, and start building the app from setting up the name, setting up the branding, to from zero to code to market.
Nice.
From zero to market. They have these 6 days because it's one day each. So the first day, one guy codes for 2 hours, and they don't not communicate between with each other. So it's
Mm-hmm.
cool because they need to understand the flow.
Got you.
And we are running this series. We ran the first season. We had a Apple engineer, a PayPal engineer, and 4 others to create a PDF, a medical document PDF translator app for travelers.
Nice.
So when they go to another country and they need a recipe for something, they can just translate what they have.
Awesome. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So, what, were you guys doing this on YouTube, or you didn't code in public?
No, so we have it on YouTube. So that's the thing. Each person is going live on their own socials,
Okay.
but inside of our community. So we it is interacting with the community and everything, streaming on the community, but cross streaming on other platforms.
Okay.
And we did it on Vipanda, and we created a website for it. So it's called 6devs1project.com.
Mm-hmm. 6 devs,
If you
one
go there, you
project.
can actually see the last season that we ran.
Okay. 6 devs,
You may
is that
know,
six in numbers or SIX? 6 dev.
yeah, it's just 6 in number. 6 devs, 1 project.
One project.
You may know someone from there.
All
For
right. Let's.
example, Ray, he have, I think it is 20 or 40,000 followers on Twitter.
Uh huh.
He's big in this vibe coding thing.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
was our first event. We are still on whitelist, so we are not accepting everyone. Let me invite you.
Yes, please.
Maybe
Yeah.
you can also apply to participate and
The
leverage from there.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Okay.
Let me
Yeah.
save you.
I'm
Yeah,
on the page. I'm on the page right now.
yeah, I sent you the invite for Vipanda. So we're
Awesome.
trying to create, let's say, a main spot where people can go, learn, talk, have fun, everything about AI
Mm-hmm.
on this early stage. So we want to dominate early. So in the future, we are the main ones.
Awesome.
We are the main go-to.
That yeah, that's an awesome idea because this trend is going to grow, and as you'll see, a lot of the tech gurus are basically they're foreseeing this trend becoming the norm, right? Where you'll be able to see within the next 5 years, you'll see teams of less than 5 people building billion-dollar companies, right? And
Yeah.
and the thing is, those early adopters, those who are in the game right now, these are the guys who are going to be the forerunners, right? Because if you go through the hardship, because remember when I started vibe coding, it wasn't even called vibe coding last year. That term by Andre Karpathy was coined, I think, in February this year. And then I started vibe coding in probably in October, even September, October last year. So I started doing this thing with Cursor, and then Windsurf dropped, and then, you know, a bunch of different obscure tools. And it was super hard. But now it's getting easier and easier. Just a short 6, 7 months later, it's getting so much easier. And with a community like that, I think it's awesome. It's amazing. Where did you send me the invite, by the way?
Yeah, to your DM, to your DM.
Oh, okay, cool.
Maybe it sounds fun because I'm not your friend. Let me add you.
Yeah, let
Okay.
me.
And
Let's
yeah,
see.
I strongly believe. I mean, it's not a matter of belief. It will happen. Engineers replacing developers.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. All right, cool. So I got that. Join.
So instead of you need to hire 10 developers to do 10 different things because all of them they have different skill sets, you'll just need to hire one good engineer that works with AI.
Yeah,
And maybe you
exactly.
can pay him a $500,000 salary and you're still saving.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because the days of running a startup, fat is over now. Lean startups. All you need is basically
Yeah.
three people. Yeah, with three people. I
Hmm.
mean, I mean, you could do it with one person, but do you really want to do that? Because it's really hard. Okay, I can tell you, the past 6 months, 6 7 months, it's if you don't have the discipline or the determination to actually go and spend sometimes if you've been to the stream before, you see some of my stream are 12 hours, 14 hours, these are crazy hours. So your determination, you know what I mean, your focus will be key, because if you're not able to sit at
Yeah,
least 8 hours straight to code, uh, yeah, yes, of course, you can have a big team to do
creativity.
that. You know what I mean? But if you can
Yeah.
focus and do it, definitely.
I think I think the modern businesses, these new lean businesses models, they will run in four people. So one is the entrepreneur with the idea,
Mm-hmm.
so the puppet master, and the others you have one designer or designer slash video editor.
Yep.
Then you have the engineer, and so designer, engineer, and marketing guy.
That's it. Yeah. And that's the team right there.
Oh, whole team. What do you
Yeah.
need more?
Yo. Okay. So
What
I've,
do you need more to become a millionaire? Three
yeah, man.
people, four people with you.
Definitely.
You
Yeah.
being the engineer, the businessman, and then the other three.
Yeah. That's all you need, man. Your application is awaiting review. Perfect. So I've sent my,
Yeah, let me accept you.
yeah. No, no, definitely with a really lean team and focus on specific. All right, cool.
And
I
you can be
am
fast at developing stuff now. You can develop a whole app
absolutely,
in a week.
absolutely. Because some of these projects, I've spun them in less than an hour. In fact, there's one live stream that I actually timed it. I think it was probably like 56 minutes and something seconds, and I was able to spin the server, in an admin panel. That means the dashboard and everything, landing page, and
Yeah.
the scaffolding for the apps, for the mobile apps. Of course, it wasn't fully functional, but I was able to get up and running where I could say, all right, boom, npm run dev, boom, there's my server, it's running. npm run dev, there's my admin, right? There's the dashboard, there's the sidebar, everything's there and running. So, and then once I create these boilerplates, and if I want to spin another project, I don't really have to do that anymore. All I got to do is bring that boilerplate in, pull it off my GitHub, bring it in, customize it, change the name, and then da 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 da, and I'm good to go. So it's so
I'll give
much,
you
yeah, so much you
I'll
can
give
do.
you a quick spoiler. Hold on. Look, this is what we're building in the community
Yeah.
behind the stage. So no one can see it yet, but I sent you a spoiler in your
Uh,
DMs.
all right, cool. Let me check it out. Okay, so anyway, yeah, it's not live, so nobody will see it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, cool. Boilerplates gallery, prompt gallery, rules gallery. Yep, definitely AI news blog. Yo, yeah. So we're on the same wavelength. We're on the same page, pretty much.
Yeah.
Nice.
And bro, now the safest way, because you can't predict, it's impossible to predict what will happen in a week because of these constant updates in the AI world, in the tech world. So the safest way to make millions and millions of dollars, it's like this. You build a team, a
Mm-hmm.
marketing guy, a design guy, and a engineer,
Mm-hmm.
and you, the entrepreneur, and you do project after project after project. You build the MVPs and sell them.
Yeah, definitely. And
You
this
build,
is
sell to an investor. Oh, this guy wants to buy it. Let's sell the business. Bam.
yeah, yeah,
You just made
exactly.
20 million.
Because our ideas, ideas are a dime a dozen. We can have so many ideas, but at the end of the day, we are in the business of building. So it doesn't mean because we sold that build that we're out of ideas. We're always going to have ideas, but also we don't really need to have ideas. We look at the market, we see what's working, and as you'll notice, there are a lot of SaaS products or apps that are not AI enabled anymore. So we could say,
Yeah.
you know what, this app is doing this much, so why don't we borrow that idea, make it, even if it's just 10% better, by
Yeah.
incorporating AI into it. And then
Uh,
we'll steal
this,
their, I don't like the term steal, but we'll poach their users because, oh, it's the same app that I'm used to that I've been using for the past 10 years. Now it has AI. So let's go for that. Boom. We're in.
it's easy. It's easy because the real clients now, if you want to make money, it's not B2C, it's B2B, but it's not like selling subscriptions to businesses. It's by selling your business. Because look at this, you can't predict the future now.
Hmm.
You don't know if your SaaS idea will get crushed in a week. But what you do know is that everyone is on a race, on the AI race.
Yep.
And investors don't like it. They think, oh, AI is God. Let's put money on AI. It will make us billionaires, trillionaires. So you actually sell to these guys,
Hmm.
these stuff that the SaaS, the platforms that you build, everything, you sell to these guys.
Yes.
And that's where the money is because you don't know if the product that you build, if it is AI driven, if it's not AI driven, will be alive in a week or in a month. You don't know.
Yes.
You don't know
Yes.
what the big techs are doing. So this is the safest way and the fastest way.
Absolutely.
And if you have it, and if you have that team,
Mhm.
when the market stabilizes, when the market gets stable, you can build anything because you have the best team in the world.
Exactly. Yeah, and then we've already gone through what we call the growing pains. We've gone through the
Yeah.
sucky algorithms that well, not algorithm but the LLMs that were hallucinating, and you already know all the shortcuts, how to do this, how to deal with that. You know how to create rules. You know how to prompt the LLM properly, and of course, if you spend any amount of time vibe coding, you'll know that a little goes a long way, right? So by knowing what to do right off the bat, and the tools are going to get easier and easier and better and better. So once you get to a point where you've already created a system, that system will become more valuable than any other team that might want to be. Basically, if we put the team together now and then even a year from now, it'll be exponentially harder to do what we are capable of doing because we've been in it for 365 days before you. We've already built, momentum. We've already built muscle. We've already built resilience. So at the end of the day, we can position ourselves to be the, sort of like the authorities in that space, just like that.
Oh yeah. And you have the funds.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, bro. Long time no see. I got somebody popped up in the chat. Hey, Nihon in this. Yeah.
It's
Long.
Japanese, Chinese. I
That's
don't
yeah. That's Japanese.
Japanese.
Yeah. Long time indeed, bro. Yeah, man. So definitely the opportunities are there. I'm sure you've seen Cal AI, right? That 18-year-old kid,
Yeah, yeah,
right? Because I guess now everybody knows about this kid. It's such a simple app, and I don't know how
yeah.
much they're
Right.
pulling now, but they're making millions.
They could sell it anytime
Yeah,
because they can get crushed anytime as well. So it's a risky game.
yeah, definitely. So the best thing, and let me tell you a little bit of the story. I had a startup. That was how long ago was that? That was 2000. I think 2006,
Oh, and I
2007.
sorry to touch you, but you know what Call AI is using on their landing page?
Hmm.
GSAP.
Really?
Yeah, the thing I told you in the beginning for animations.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what they use. Okay.
Yeah,
That
yeah, yeah. Proceed.
good. That's good to know. So yeah. I had this startup, and I had a team. I had a team in India, so I was basically the product developer guy, right? And I I basically Andrew Z. Yo, yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream, brother. I was basically developing at the time it was just crappy 2D games, for like Nokia phones, things
Yeah,
it was nothing interesting. It was just, it was just 2D with sprites and stuff like that. And then there was this one game that we developed. And I remember I didn't really spend a whole lot of money on it. It was myself, I would design everything, and I had a team at the time in Pune, India, and they would do all the coding, and that's pre AI and all that, right? So basically, Yahoo Games got whiff of it, and they made an offer, right? And at the time,
mm,
it wasn't big money. I think I must have spent about maybe 4 or 5 grand on the whole project, and Yahoo Games wanted to buy it. They offered 10,000 dollars for it. I'm like, nah, please. We got to at least 3x this, right? And because they wanted to, it was a game for the Indian festival, the Diwali. Have you heard of Diwali festival?
yeah,
Right. So it was a game. Basically, you could just launch little sprites, and then there was like a fireworks. Right. You create fireworks on your screen. It was with the little sound effects and all that, and then you could basically you could buy sort of like little explosives, and then you load it up, and then you create a little fireworks show. So they offered me $10,000 for it. I'm like, nah. So the guys was like, "Yo, we should sell it, sell. I think we're good. So you double your money, pretty much, right?" So I'm like, "Nah, don't worry, they're gonna call back." Guess what? They never called
what?
back.
Yeah,
They never freaking called back. They were like, "Nah, man." So they didn't call back, and then so the game, I ended up losing money. I guess once we released it, the sales were like, nah. And what Yahoo was going to do with it, they weren't actually going to sell it. They were just going to put it on their website because they had a game tab where you could play, game in your browser, that type of stuff. So that's what they intended
yeah.
to do with it. But I kind of got greedy, and I was like, nah, we're not going to sell it because they're going to call back because I wanted to triple the valuation, and
Yeah, and that's that's the money game. You're investing in ideas. You're not investing in businesses. I mean, you
yeah.
have an idea, you create it and you sell it. You have another
Mhm.
idea, you create it and you sell it. That way, so you can invest your ideas and
Yeah,
make and turn them into money, and you're not stuck to them.
yeah, exactly.
So yeah,
Yeah,
and a lot of
man.
people, look, the majority of people in businesses, they lose money because they never sell. They are
Ex-
too greedy to sell.
Exactly, because in fact, I was watching an old episode of Shark Tank earlier, and dude said something that I I say also now because after my thing with Yahoo Games, and he said basically 100% of zero is still zero, right?
Yeah,
You can try to hang on to 100% of your whatever, but at the end of the day, yeah, you have 100%. You have 100%, but 100% of what?
still zero.
100% of zero. So good luck. Yeah, man. And the funny thing is, I mean, if you look at a company like Amazon, right? It's $1 trillion company. How much do you think Jeff Bezos own of Amazon?
10%
S-
maximum.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So
Yeah,
imagine
they
it.
sell it.
Yeah,
They're not
definitely.
the most of the times they're not even the majority. They don't own the majority of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, but
mhm,
they still the main ones in the company. So selling a percentage out of a company doesn't mean that you're selling yourself. You're
yeah,
selling the idea, part of the idea. That's it. So someone
exactly.
else can run it.
Exactly.
You're just
Yeah, and in fact, he could have
losing
owned,
weight.
yeah, he could have owned 100, let's say 50% of a couple of billions, or 10% of a
Mhm,
trillion, which is more. Okay, the 10% seems less, but it's 10% of a trillion, not 10% of a billion.
it's
100% of a
not.
billion, 50% of a billion is way less than 10% of a trillion.
Mhm.
See, do
And
the
what
math,
people don't know is,
huh?
okay, Jeff Bezos is crazy billionaire.
Yeah,
Crazy billionaire.
yeah.
Billions and billions of dollars. He's a fucking huge whale. But if you go to smaller billionaires, to more
Mm,
common billionaires, because Jeff Bezos, he created one company and it grew to billions. So
yep,
he didn't need to create other ones, but he's still investing in others. He's still
exactly,
buying other companies.
exactly.
So at the end of the day, the billionaire game is owning as many companies as possible. So you see billionaires with 40 different companies. Do they run it? No.
No,
How
exactly.
would they run 40 different companies? It's impossible.
Cannot. And it's the same thing with
Exactly.
Jack Ma. Jack Ma, of Alibaba, right? He
Hmm.
has Alibaba, he has AliExpress. Now he had Quen, which is the LLM, that he trained. He has a bunch of other companies that are even not known outside of China, right? So
Hmm.
for him to position himself where he could create uh, companies that, of course, falls under the Alibaba umbrella, but at the same time, is he running all these other companies? Is he running the
Of course.
AI company? He's not. But then his wealth is growing by the day. I don't even know what's he worth now, because China is a little bit different. When you start getting way up there in revenue, the
Hmm.
government steps in and kind of, hey, you're getting too big for yourself, because at the end of the day, China is still communist. So you cannot do certain things, like, for instance, because Jeff Bezos, he's his own man. He could decide to do whatever he wants with his company. Of course,
Yeah,
he
you
still
can't
has
have more. In
right.
China, you can't have more money than the country. That's the
Exactly.
rule.
Exactly. And I don't know if you remember, at some point Jack Ma kind of disappeared from the limelight, because he got recalled from China, because he started getting too big. He wasn't doing press tours, he was on CNN, he was everywhere. And he started getting a little
Yeah,
too big for himself, and they called him back. He had to scale back a little bit, disappear, and say, "Hey,
exactly.
you're just part of the machine. You're not the machine. You're not even the conductor. So chill out."
So at the end of the day, I just like hate like the people that say, okay, let's I have a business now. Let's just focus on this business. Oh, and if other opportunities appear in the market, let's just ignore because I'm too focused in this business. That doesn't work. It doesn't work like that.
Not
You
anymore. I
can't
mean,
put all the eggs on the same basket.
yeah,
It
that's true.
doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I mean,
So if you,
it might have worked, in the past, but not anymore.
yeah, yeah, and the thing is, if you're working on a nice idea, nice opportunity that you found weeks ago and you're still working on it, if you find another opportunity, what is stopping you from splitting your attention so 50-50?
Mm-hmm. Right, right,
Oh, you
but
find
right,
another, okay, let's go. And
yeah,
not
but
just that,
right
you
now
don't
it's
even
so
need to be
easy.
present.
It's so easy to
You
do
can
now. Get
outsource.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can outsource. You don't need to be present. You can put a team on those. Oh, I have a nice idea. Let's put a team in this, working on this. I had another nice idea. Okay, let's put a team on this.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, your job is to have millionaire ideas, million
Yeah.
dollar ideas. That's it.
Definitely.
And you put
Definitely.
them into action.
Yeah, and then build, and then sell, and
Yeah.
create create a lot of a stack of projects that could again as soon as we understand the formula and we understand that we have to bring value and we have to solve real world problems. As soon as that's in the bag, it's just a question of rinse and repeat. And we're not
Mhm.
reinventing the wheel. We're just giving people what they want, right?
Exactly. The thing
And
is, what is the most valuable resource right now that everyone can have access to?
time.
The most valuable resource? No, it's people. It is people.
Yes. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. Because
With
the
people,
human capital, right?
yeah, exactly. With people, you won't need to lose. Imagine this. Okay, I want to create an app. Okay, let's see what I have to learn. I need to learn design. I need to learn programming. I
Mm,
need to learn every single thing. Okay, let's break it down into timelines. To
yeah.
learn programming, it will take 1-2 years to get good at it. To
Mm,
learn design, it will take 1-2 years to get good at it. In 4 years or 3 years,
mm.
will my app have that same impact as now? Maybe not. And why will I waste 3 years of my life into something to invest that skill into something that may work or may not work?
Exactly. Yeah. And
You
also
see? And
remember
even
the.
if you start, look,
Mhm.
look, even if you start learning design, learning
Yeah.
programming, the cool thing is there will be there will be people better than you every single time.
Exactly. But also
There is
remember,
someone,
yes, and
yeah, you can.
there's another important component as well, right? But during those 4 years, okay, 3 years, 3.5 years to 4 years that you're learning all these things,
Yeah.
trend will change. So whatever you might, learn during that process, and let's say you're working on a project at the same time, by the time you're ready, trends would have changed. And you
Yeah.
would have basically just wasted well, not really wasted time because you would have learned a skill first of all,
Mhm.
but at the same time you gotta upskill, you gotta keep upskilling all the time. And then now at the rate that things are moving, it's just phenomenal. Like every week there's a new tool that comes out. This AI tool is faster, this is better, this has better research capabilities, this has better context. It's just a never ending sort of like snowball effect um into the future. And in the future is actually already, we're already in the future. you know you blink and there's something new and better. It's never been easier to actually create products. Now the product creation process is no longer the main thing anymore, because you don't have to spend 3 4 years to learn how to code, to learn how to do this thing. You got to leverage the right team, and a lean team at that, leverage AI, and leverage a good marketing strategy. And with that, there's no way you are going to spend uh, you know uh, VC money, which will basically eat into your soul. Because once you get VC money, then you are owned essentially by your, whether it's Y Combinator, whether it's angel investors, then you are basically and you are part of the machine that will now dilute whatever you're trying to do, and then you won't be as limber, you won't be able to move as fast as you want, because now, since you have backers, you have VC money, you are bound by certain rules that you cannot deviate from that, because otherwise you could be liable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say no to VC money any, by the way, but if you could bootstrap, it's always the better way to go. That way,
And the world is changing. The whole way you work with human resources, you won't even need VC money other than for tools and licenses and stuff related. Because the world is evolving in a way. If you
mhm.
look back in time when Apple was created, Amazon was created, Facebook was created, did they had VC money?
No, these guys went
Yeah,
to
it was
garages, right?
yeah, it was between friends.
Yeah,
So the thing is, back in the days, people were investing their skill for free to get a big prize.
yeah,
But because these guys, they created a huge market, a huge internet, people started saying, okay, now it doesn't make sense to invest my skill and time. It makes more sense to sell my skill and time.
yep,
So this shift will make like, instead of you having this much of entrepreneurs launching their companies and actually being fucking huge, they
mm,
can't now because they have this whole barrier. Now they suddenly need $40,000 just to get an MVP.
yeah, yeah,
But
definitely.
back then it was free. You could work with a designer for free. You could work with a developer for free because they
Mm,
believed in your project. They believed that it would skyrocket. And if
yeah,
they invested their skill and time in there, even if they wasted nights on that,
mm,
they will become billionaires,
yeah,
millionaires,
yeah,
billionaires, whatever.
exactly.
And nowadays it's not like that. Everyone wants to be a freelancer. Everyone wants to sell their skill and time. They do not invest. They sell. It's
Yeah,
different. And
yeah,
it's a huge
exactly.
barrier.
Yeah, definitely, and
But
because
now
yeah,
But
yeah,
now the market is changing because of the AI. So you see a lot of people that are going to start coding by themselves and everything. So the this barrier lowered. So people will start again investing their time and skill.
yeah, and
So it's
definitely,
like a cycle.
yeah, it is a cycle, and then the human, the human capital will be, will always prevail, because at the end of the day, you, as a freelancer, or as a, let's say, a solopreneur, there's only so much you can achieve, right? But
Mhm.
if you put yourself in a team situation, that means now you all the more strong, you're stronger than if you were to go at it alone and try to navigate all these things. Also, if you look at, for instance, guys who are into automation, right, who are doing agents, agentic workflows, it's the same principle they're using now. Instead of using one basically agent to take care of, let's say, an automation or a workflow, you have multiple agents that divides the task. And it's the same thing, and we were talking about earlier, for your server, right? There's a reason why you have 8 cores, because then the computation, the compute power, could be divided amongst these cores, depends on the workload. If your workload is light, then you might split the task between 2 cores. If it's light enough, if you're just browsing whatever, you're using the server just for something really simple, right, to launch like a cron job, it might just use one CPU, 1 core, right? But as soon as you start hitting the server a little harder, okay, then now all of a sudden you're hitting 4 cores. You're hitting, and it's the same thing as a human, developer. Once you start doing things like that, and you start hitting things, for instance, you've launched, right? Launch day, and then your server wasn't commissioned to scale automatically. All of a sudden, your server's crashing, or your Stripe payment system is just not working, and all of a sudden people are pissed off, you're crashed. And if you're a solo developer, imagine how stressful that would be. You work maybe 3 months, 6 months to launch this project. Now everything's falling apart. But then if you imagine now in the same scenario, now you have a team, there's four of you, right? That means you don't have to bear the 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 burden all by yourself as a solo developer. Now you have a team behind you. Now you can troubleshoot. Then as you take care of certain things, the marketing guy could start drafting an email to say, hey, listen, we're having issues, blah blah blah, so we can mitigate the situation, so we'll give you 5% off on when you sign up, boom, or whatever, we'll give you 10% off, here's a coupon. You know what I mean? So now the developer could start doing things. And if you're under attack, then now you could start basically, okay, whitelist only my IP address so I can troubleshoot this issue. I can block out whoever's trying to basically DDoS me. Then I could basically put out the fire. But now if you're
Mhm.
alone, now do you have time to draft an email to people who want to sign up for your service? Do you have time to basically go and post on Twitter, on Instagram, TikTok, whatever, LinkedIn, to let people know, hey, our servers are crashing, we're overloaded, we apologize. So here's what we're gonna do for you because you're early adopters. We're gonna do this for you, 10% off, whatever.
Yeah.
Come back in a week or tomorrow, or we'll be posting, right? So once you understand these concepts, and your also the way you mentioned the human aspect of the human capital in a team, then you're able to soften the blow. But if you're by yourself, trust me, you're not gonna sleep for 48 hours just to try and get things back up and running. And then who knows, maybe it might work, it might not work. And it's a nightmare scenario, but it does happen. It happens a lot.
Exactly. And yeah, at least now you can get some shit done, so you can convince people to work with you, to
Yeah.
invest their time and skill and not sell their time and skill. Because now
Yep.
you can convince them by showing them
Yep.
what you actually are doing. And that's insane. Insane. The value in that, it's insane.
Oh my God, yeah, definitely. Because yes, you can. I mean, you could put a dollar value on it, right? But at the same time, you get to a point where what's more important to you? Is it important for you to try to to retain 100% of the perceived value that you think your company has or your startup has, or would you rather share the workload but also share the revenue, which is, to me, it makes complete sense.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's pretty good, man.
Yeah.
So listen, Gabriel, we got to get out of here. It's I've been on for 9 hours
Let me
right
just
now.
send you. Yeah,
uh,
let me just send you the document that it generated. Generates a whole PDF, so you can just review it really
oh,
quick.
cool. Oh, you did it already.
Um, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nice, nice.
Let
Yeah,
me see what it is.
that's great. Are you gonna DM it to me or?
Yes, yes, I'll DM you.
All right, cool.
I'm just trying to see what it is because I downloaded it and I can't find it what it is.
uh
Uh,
right, did you use
okay, I believe it's,
chat GPT or Perplexity? What do you use for your PRD?
you'll see. This PDF. Gemini.
Gemini. Okay, cool.
Okay, yeah, it sends so Guardian inbox.
All right,
Guardian box.
cool, cool.
Guardian
Do, 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 do,
inbox.
do, 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 do.
Okay,
Yeah.
sent. Look at that. I actually have another one being generated
Mm-hmm.
with a different prompt.
Okay. Send them both. I'll take a look and then let me download
Yeah,
that.
it's cool. I gave it in a glance. I saw what he had. For example, he had the statistics of the market in billions of dollars.
Right.
The strategies to use in the app, stuff like um, So it talks about the primary focus, the block listing, user contribution, key differentiator, gap, guardian inbox, fills, target audience, SMBs,
Yo,
market entry growth, every single thing.
that is pretty
Yeah, it's
extensive. 43
very,
pages, bro.
very extensive.
Yeah, awesome.
It
I mean,
was one single prompt.
that's amazing. I mean, Gemini is not joking. Okay.
Yeah, I told you, man. They own the Google, so they can just
Yeah,
navigate.
exactly.
So
So,
for that one, it researched in I think it was 120 websites,
yeah,
120 different sources.
yeah.
In this one,
I'm seeing the
it
sources.
is not
100.
even in 20%. Look, in this
Wow.
one, it's not. Yeah, but those sources they have multiple pages and they're not citing them.
Right.
So what they do is they consult 100 sources and they keep just the relevant ones.
Okay.
But this new one, this new research that it's doing, it's not even in 20%, and it researched in over 290 websites. A lot.
290. That
Yeah.
is, and that's so. Imagine if you had to pay a researcher back in the day to do that. First of all, it
A
would
lot of
take
money.
weeks. You know, it would take weeks, probably months, to gather all this information, double check, cross reference, and then create a document. Now you have a PDF of 43 pages. Okay, 112 cited citations or sources, 112 pages. That is
You do small changes, then send it
phenomenal.
to investor.
Hmm?
You do some small changes and send it to an investor.
Yeah, exactly. That's crazy. So what I'm gonna do? Yeah, I'm gonna take my time and read it,
Yeah,
go
yeah.
over
Let
it.
me know later.
Yeah,
Give me a
definitely.
feedback on it.
Yeah, no, most definitely. So I'm gonna read it and then I'll start putting something together. So I have to now summarize it myself and then create the MVP out of that. You know, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So Guardian inbox, nice.
All right, man. Look, nice podcast we had. Nice talk.
Yeah, I know.
Nice to meet you.
So, you know, it's basically impromptu. It wasn't planned, guys. This is not something that we planned. So, in the meantime, so Gabriel, if you wanna plug anything, because you're on YouTube now, so if you wanna plug your startup, okay,
Uh-huh.
one project, six dev, one project, so you can plug all that. So go
It's
ahead.
a series. A
The mic is
series that
yours.
you're doing. Uh-huh. Yeah, it's a series that we're doing where six developers they use AI, six engineers they use AI, and they blindly build an app chosen from a list that we provide. They
That's awesome.
collaborate with each other without talking with each other.
Yeah, that's
It's a whole
amazing.
series.
Again, it's a
Hmm.
community of developers, or now it's six developers, right?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
No, so that event is happening inside of a community that we
Okay.
created 3 weeks ago. And without promoting it, we already achieved 250 members. It's a lot. Without promoting, just word of mouth.
That's awesome.
That's a
Yeah.
lot.
So is it open to the public? Guys could join, or is there what's the
Yeah, they can
process?
join. So we just do a small review. Sometimes we interview who wants to join because we're still on a whitelist. We're still not open to public. That's why you can only see a few channels. You don't see them all. You can just see the early fam. You see the announcements, whitelist, and stuff. But as soon as we release, it will be available for everyone.
That's amazing. Awesome. So yeah, guys. Once again, thank you for tuning in. We've been on here for 9 hours plus, and I think we're gonna call it a day. It was very nice for you guys to step in and listen to us. Gabriel brought in a lot of beautiful insights when it comes to marketing, and so you know we'll see. Maybe we'll have another conversation at some this wasn't planned, but maybe next time we have a proper proper sit down and share some sauce with you guys. So yeah, who knows? We'll probably see you guys tomorrow. I'll be live again tomorrow around the same time. I guess I started live streaming 9 hours ago, so do the math. So don't forget, jump into the stream anytime you want. The Discord server is wide open, so if you want to talk to me like Gabriel did, so he jumped on, and then we've been talking for a few hours now. So and then he dropped a lot of gems on you guys for free. So we're trying to bring a lot of value to you for you guys. And again, just do me a favor, just drop a like if you haven't liked the stream yet. Drop a like because the algorithm will push it to more people. Even after the stream's over, it's still on the channel. More people could come and check it out. Right now, we're building the channel. We're about 250 something, 260 something subscribers. So we're trying to get to 500 subscribers. So I see we got a couple of more likes. Thank you very much. I don't know who dropped a like. Very much appreciated. So once again, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Gabriel, thank you, brother. I'll speak to you privately. We got some business to
Yeah,
talk about. And thank you for stopping by. Thank you for spending your time with me. All right.
no problem, man.
All right. Thank
Likewise.
thank you, Gabriel. Bye bye.
Bye bye, man. See ya.